Good morning, Judge.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
May I please a court, my lady?
Can you please place the matter on record?
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 14th of March, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. The next witness will be Professor Abu Pinar, witness number 22 on the list of sequential list of witnesses. The witness is on Teams, my lady.
Come again?
The witness is present on Teams.
Okay. Yes, you may proceed.
My lady, I don't see him at the moment.
Yes, I don't see the witness either myself. If you can, is Mr. Late there to assist you?
My lady is testifying from his office or his house. He's not in our office.
No, but just to phone the witness to check as to what is happening.
Thank you. I'll request advocate. My lady, I've just admitted the witness.
Hello? I can't see anybody. Can you see the witness?
Professor Pinar?
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, my lady. Good morning.
Good morning. Is that Professor Pinar?
Yes, it's Professor Pinar.
Okay. Nelisiwe, can you take the oath? Can you let the witness take the oath?
Yes, Judge. Sir, please state your full names and surname for the record.
Abel Jacobus Pinar.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
What do you mean by prescribed oath? Is it the Christian oath or the general oath?
The court oath, sir. I think it's in relation to the Christian oath.
I would like to take the general oath.
Okay.
Okay, continue.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear that the evidence I'm going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You are hereby sworn in.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Miss Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. Professor, do you have access to case lines?
Yes, I do have access to case lines.
Can you please go to page 37442?
If you can just guide me, because there's the inquest dockets.
Thank you. You go to find.
I go to?
Find. There's a tab there on the top of case lines.
Yes.
Then you'll see there's a block where you can type in the page number, or you can say, sorry, just ask find page first.
And document. Is it page directions?
Yes, if you go to find, then it opens blocks: previous document, next document, and then
yes.
you find page or find page direction.
Yeah, there's page direction, yes.
If you open it up, there's a block, an empty block.
Yes.
Then you can type in 37442.
37442.
Yes. Enter.
Okay, that's the curriculum vitae.
Yes. I just want to confirm, is this your curriculum vitae that you've forwarded to us?
Yeah, the page is 37442.
442, yes, my lady. It goes up to 37455.
Yes, continue, Ms. Marriott.
Now, Professor, do you confirm that this is your experience as well as your qualifications contained in this document?
Yes, I confirm that, my lady.
Thank you. Now, if you follow the same route,
yes,
and we go to page 6166.
6166.
This is a report that you drew up. Do you confirm this of a patient Vuyo Aaron Nkwadwana? Do you have the page, Professor?
Yes. This is a report I've drawn up.
Okay. I just want to take you to page number 6169 of the same report.
I'm just going to the page.
Okay.
I'm going to the page. Yes, I have the page.
Okay, that forms part of the heading on the previous page, questionable conduct. I just want you to indicate to the court, what do you mean by closed monitoring of a patient?
Where is that?
My lady, it's on the top of page 6169. It starts with well-being, and then the sentence ends, professional closed monitoring of patient.
So what is the question?
What does he mean of closed monitoring of a patient?
What I mean, my lady, is that in my assessment, all these patients are either severe or profoundly intellectually disabled. Therefore, close monitoring, in contact monitoring, direct monitoring of the patient is of utter importance. And monitoring, I mean monitoring of care as well as monitoring of the condition of the patient. Should any condition deteriorate, then if you are in direct or indirect contact with the patient, that you become aware of it with immediate effect.
Okay.
Thank you. If we go to the same page,
Just
paragraph
a second,
7.
Ms. Marriott.
As it pleases.
Continue.
Thank you. In paragraph 7, Professor, the heading is alleged health professional misconduct. If you go to the third line of that paragraph, immediate supervision. What is the meaning of immediate supervision?
Immediate supervision is again very much linked to close monitoring, but in the practice, we allocate nurses to an amount of patients to nurses. So the immediate supervision of the patient is the nurse directly allocated to them. So immediate supervision would be that nurse, maybe it's 1:10. Then we know that this nurse work with this 10 patients for the day or for the night. And immediate supervision would be that nurse would be the first person to supervise any changes or any behavior or any issues around the health issues around the patient. So that is immediate, is the nurse allocated to the patient, and the supervision then it can be directly or indirectly, but immediate is the person aligned to the patient, which the patient would be allocated to in the care situation.
Thank you.
Continue.
Now, Professor, you talked about the ratio between a patient and the nurse staff. How many nurses should be allocated to how many patients in respect of the profound mentally disabled patients?
Severe and profound, the ideal would be 1:5, but we are aware that the ideal might not be like that in the practice, but at the most 1:10 in a developing context, because when we look at low and middle income countries, we do not have the amount of resources that our higher income countries have. So at the most, I would say 1:10, especially when you look to severe and profound. And that is the practice. The ideal was, in fact, what the theory say would be 1:5. But in the low and middle income countries, we need to be severely aware of the shortage of nurses or the shortage of caregivers in that regard, and also the income of the particular country.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, continue.
My lady, before I proceed to the next deceased, may I request that the curriculum vitae of the professor be handed in as exhibit T1, that's page 37442 to page 37455.
Annexure, exhibit
T1.
T for Tom.
Tom. Yes.
Where did we last end? Is that the correct one before we were
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Turning to Professor Tittinger, we were at S, my lady.
Okay, I hope that is correct. Is there any objection to the handing in of the CV of Professor Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The curriculum vitae of Professor Pina, as it is filed on pages 37442 to 37455 of case lines, is admitted into the record, and it's marked exhibit T1.
As the court pleases. My lady, the report drafted by the witness of Vuyo Aaron Guadana, it's on page 6166 to page 6170. I will request that it be handed in as exhibit T2.
6166 and to 6170. Yes, as exhibit
T2.
Xhosa people, assist me. How should this name be pronounced? Miss Tota, where are you? Is she there or anybody else who can assist? Even the spelling, I'm not sure whether it is correct because I see it's spelled differently. Can anybody assist me with the pronunciation? Is it Ngodwana or Ngodwana?
My lady, it looks like Ngondwane.
And then the spelling, is it NGQ or NGO?
On the report is spelled as NGQ. So
that is why I'm saying but it's spelled differently. I don't know which one is correct. The evidence leaders.
If I may come in, my lady, it's Ms. Xhosa.
Yes. Yes.
It
is this Xhosa's name or Zulu Ndebele?
Yes, it's Xhosa, my lady. It's Ngondwana NGQ.
NGQ. MDWNA.
NGQO, my lady.
Yes.
Yes, my lady.
And then how do you pronounce it?
It's Ngondwana, my lady.
Ngondwana.
Yes, Ngondwana.
Okay, thank you very much.
As the court pleases.
Any objection to the handing in of Professor Pinar's report in respect of the deceased Aaron Vuyo Ngongwana?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you very much. The report of... do you want to say something before I... Yes?
My lady, just it's a small point of accuracy. This is the family of Aaron Ngondwane is one of our clients, and the surname ends with an E.
E.
A. That's correct, my lady. Ngondwane.
Ngondwane. Well, it's fine. It's just that it has been wrongly spelled. For the purpose of the record, this surname should be spelled as NGQONDWANE. So the report, as it has been compiled by Professor Pina and appearing on case line pages 6166 to 6170, is handed in and marked Exhibit T for Tom T2. Thank you.
As the court pleases. Now, Professor, can you please go to case lines, page 4799?
4799.
Yes.
Is Franz Johannes Abraham Decker?
And do you confirm that you compiled the said report?
I did compile the said report, my lady.
Thank you. If we go to...
Just a second, Ms. Merritt.
My lady, the report can be found on page 4799 to page 4805.
Yes, continue.
Thank you. Professor, if we go to page 4802 of the said report. In paragraph 5.
Yes, I'm there.
Under the heading of life Esidimeni, you mentioned custodial care. What do you mean by custodial care?
In mental health and with specific, with mentally challenged people and intellectually challenged people, there are several kinds of care. Custodial care links to basic care, and the person might or might not get medication, but is the basic care like observation, cleanliness, feeding, and another care that we give to the patient then is therapeutic mental health care, where in severe and profound intellectually challenged individuals, it would be linked to therapeutic stimulation and the teaching and learning of habitation skills, normal day-to-day skills, which is therapeutic for the survival of the person. So by custodial care, I mean basic care, might or might not include medication, which is medication is part of therapeutic care, but no other care further than that.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you. If we go to page 4804, paragraph 7.
Yes, I'm there.
In the second portion of paragraph 7, you mentioned it is therefore evident that there is negligence in healthcare delivery, especially the NPO environment, because of no records of consistent healthcare exists.
What I mean by that, I think...
Just a second, if one can identify this properly. This is paragraph 7 on this page, 4804. Come again?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, paragraph 7. And then this is 1 to the 39. That will be the second sentence. Continue.
Thank you, my lady.
What I mean by a negligent care is that when something is not recorded according to the Nursing Act, it has not happened. And I stated quite clearly that no records were found that the patient received adequate care. So for me, it's consistent with the law of care, which is the Nursing Act. When something is not recorded, it did not take place.
Just hold it there.
No,
just a second, Ms. Marut. Is it possible to take us to that section?
You mean the section in the Nursing Act?
Yes, in terms of the Nursing Act.
It would be the section on professional conduct, and then it would be in the Nursing Act, we have a section on professional conduct, and then that section would be linked to the regulation, which then talk about the recording of care.
Okay.
So the regulation is separate, but the regulation flows out of the Nursing Act and the big section of the Nursing Act, professional conduct.
So under the regulations, it will be?
Under the
yes.
Recording of recording.
Recording, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, Ms. Marut.
Thank you. Professor, did you receive any records pertaining to the NPO, or did you receive no records of the NPO? I just want to understand the sentence.
I received certain records, but the records, the entrances with regards to the day-to-day care of the patient, there was no reflection on the kind of care the patient received. There was no entry particularly aligned to the day-to-day care of the patient.
Thank you.
Just hold it there. Continue.
If we go to page 4805, paragraph 8.
Yes, I'm there.
This is your conclusion pertaining to the negligence of the patient.
Yes, this is my conclusion.
Now, your conclusion is due to the fact that there was no recording of the patient's daily care that was administered.
Yes, yes. Whether it's custodial care or psychosocial health care, there was no recording in that regard. So doing a document analysis, I surely could not pick anything up as I only received a document.
Thank you. My lady, I'd request that this report, page 4799 to 4805, be handed in as Exhibit T3.
4799 to 4805.
Yes.
This should be T3. Ne?
As the court pleases.
Any objection?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Of the report. The report compiled by Professor Pienaar in respect of the deceased Mr. Franz Decker, as it appears on case lines pages 4799 to 4805, is handed in and marked Exhibit T3. My apologies. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lady. Professor, can we go to case lines, page 5987? My lady, I see I have bad network quality. May I just rejoin the meeting again?
Okay, that's fine. Yes, you may continue, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. Now, Professor, do you confirm that this report was compiled by yourself pertaining to Mr. Sampson and Nhlapo?
I confirm that the report was compiled by myself.
Thank you. If we go to page 5989. Do you have the page, Professor?
Yes, I do have the page, lady.
The first paragraph on that page, I just want to know, what is diabetes mellitus on a sliding scale? What does that mean?
It's normally known as in the community, sugar diabetes. And when a person is on a sliding scale, that person receives injectables for the care. That means that person, you can either take a tablet when it's type 2 diabetes, but if the diabetes become very severe, that person would be taking an insulin injectable, and that person would be on a scale. Say, for example, the sugar is 14, the person will be given 2 units of the insulin. So that sliding scale says that whatever the sugar reading of the person is, that amount of units of insulin the person will receive.
Okay. Yes, you may continue. Ms. Merit?
Thank you, my lady. Now, Professor, if we go further down in paragraph 4, there's a 5th bullet point, which indicates health team involved. Do you have that?
Yes, I do have that.
You indicated 1 retired professional nurse, 1 auxiliary nurse, 1 enrolled nurse, and 9 caregivers. Now, according to what you have read through and the documents that you went through, were they sufficient for the patients that they were looking after?
I would not have the full complement of the patients in that particular establishment. But when you only have, especially when you deal with severe to profound intellectually challenged people or individuals, 1 professional nurse would be, depending on the patients, amount of patients, would be quite a bottom or a low staff complement, because remember the others there are caregivers which we don't know what their training or what their qualifications are. We have 1 auxiliary nurse, which is an assistant nurse, which is assisting the professional nurse, and the enrolled nurse is also a paraprofessional who cannot make decisions specifically in that regard. So a staff member that can make decisions would only be the retired professional nurse.
Thank you.
Just a second. Continue.
Professor, if we go to page 5990, it's the next page, at paragraph 7.
Yes, I am at paragraph 7, my lady.
What do you mean when you say total healthcare negligence?
I revert back to what we talked about, the professional conduct portion in the Nursing Act, which is linked to the regulation of professional conduct, which is very clear that when something is not recorded, it's not done. So when you do not receive in the records what should have been done, it is negligence for the management and care of the patient. And that's why I have not picked anything up like that, which shows on total health care negligence, which actually should be nursing care or care negligence in this regard, because it was not recorded within the records of the patient what exactly transpired in the day-to-day care of the patient.
Now lady, may I proceed?
Just a second, please. Yes.
Now, Professor, if we go to the previous page, page 5989, you mentioned that this patient was at Life Esidimeni, then transferred to Riabifeni, and then there's admission at a health establishment or NPO, and then so on. Now, your conclusion on who is that linked to? Do you understand my question?
You can just, I don't think it's clear. Also, I don't know whether the professor understands it, but it seems to be too loaded. If you can just rephrase it properly.
My lady, in paragraph 4, there's several establishments mentioned where this patient was at. I just want to know his conclusion. To which establishment is it linked?
Okay. If the professor understands, he can.
I understand that question.
Yes.
If you look at the second Life Esidimeni, according to the records, it appears that the patient received some extent of care. However, if you read the second bullet, it says that no transfer reports from Life Esidimeni. When we transfer a patient, and especially severe to profound, you need a complete transfer report, which is a total physical examination as well as a mental status assessment of the patient. And in this regard,
let's just doctor, just go slow. You need a complete transfer report, which entails
a full physical assessment.
Just a second. Yes.
Where the health challenges would be highlighted, the physical health challenges.
Yes.
Then the second one is a mental status assessment. This is a mental health or psychiatric assessment, where in this regard, the current level of intellectual disability will be raised, and also the need of the patient will be raised.
If you say need of a patient, what do you mean?
Healthcare needs. Because this patient, as a severe to profound intellectually challenged, would have physical health needs as well as mental health care needs.
Okay, so those are two categories.
Yeah, it's two succinct categories. And that's where custodial care comes in, because if there was custodial care, the predominantly physical healthcare needs would be adhered to, but then there would then be no psychosocial or mental health care, which looks at the mental status assessment and the level of mental health of the patient.
Okay. Continue, Ms. Merritt.
Thank you. Professor, pertaining to this record keeping, must the step-down facility as an NGO also keep records or sufficient records of these patients?
That is of utter importance, because the step-down facility would then prepare a report of receipt that they concur with the handing over report from the previous institution. So that is of utter importance. Wherever care is rendered, that needs to be recorded at all times.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, my lady. I will request that the report of the patient Samson Nklapu on page 5987 to page 5990 be handed in as Exhibit T4.
It ends on which page? 5987 to
5990.
This will be T4, ne?
Yes, my lady.
Any objection to the handing in of the report by Professor Pina in respect of the deceased Samson Nhlapo, NHLAPO?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pina. The report is compiled by Professor Pina in respect of the deceased Mr. Samson Nhlapo, as it appears on pages 5987 to 5990. It's admitted into the record and it's marked Exhibit T4. T for Tom. Thank you.
As the court pleases. Professor, can you please go to page 669? If you can indicate when you are at that page.
I am at that page.
Do you confirm this is a report that you compiled pertaining to Charity Ratsotsu?
I confirm that I compiled this report.
Thank you. If we go to page 6370, paragraph 3.
Yes.
Are you there?
I am here.
Okay. Thank you. You mentioned that Ms. Charity Ratsotsu was she had profound mental retardation in your first sentence. And if you go down to the fourth line, you indicate evidently this mental health care user needs total direct care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and under no circumstances can cope without indirect care.
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Can you just explain, must there be someone at the bedside then 24 hours, 7 days a week? Is that what you are saying?
Normally when it comes, yes, that's in principle what I'm saying. When it comes to profound intellectual challenges, this person is compromised on several levels. That is for learning, for adaptive functioning, as well as physical functioning, and that is gross or fine motor. So this person would need care with literally every facet of their life.
And according to your knowledge and your experience, is this care available to these types of patients?
It depends on the institution. When you look in a more private institution, this care is relatively available. In some of the high operating government institutions, this care will be available. But in general, with the shortage of health caregivers, this might be, as I said, the best that we can do is 1:5. But in general, in low and middle income countries, we look at 1:10. So if there is a 1:5, the caregiver can manage this kind of care. But when there is a low ratio of staff, this might be deemed impossible.
Thank you.
Continue.
we go to page 6371.
Yes, I'm there.
In paragraph 4, line 4, you said, let me just start from the beginning. The findings in the post-mortem reports the lack of care. It is common cause that due to the mental disorder, as well as the heavy psychotropic medication, muscle tone relaxed, and it was difficult for the healthcare users. Then in brackets, mental healthcare users with profound mental retardation and such heavy medical prescription normally struggle to swallow, and excessive drooling is noted, close brackets. Now, Professor, the struggle to swallow, does that have any other problems or significance that can come about?
Indeed, especially as I said, with profound mental health care users, the person might aspirate, and it might lead to, because if you struggle, it's either you cannot even swallow your saliva, and when you are on such a heavy psychotropic medication, one of the side effects is also the drooling, as I mentioned there. So that makes it a higher possibility that the person even struggles further, and this person might aspirate.
Can this also be a cause of ammonia?
This can indeed be a cause of pneumonia.
Thank you, my lady. I would request that this report be handed in as Exhibit T4. That's page 6369 to 6376.
Is there an objection to the handing in of the report compiled by Professor Pienaar in respect of Charity Ratsotso, as it appears on pages 6369 to 6376?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The report in respect of Mr. Charity Ratsotso, as compiled by Professor Pienaar, as it appears on pages 6369 to 6376 on case line, it's admitted into the evidence and marked Exhibit T5.
As the court pleases. Professor, can you please go to page 5865?
$5865.
5865, yes, my lady.
Yes, I'm on that page.
Professor, do you confirm that you compiled the said report of Tian Krause?
Yes, I confirm that I compiled the report.
Thank you.
Just bear with me.
My lady?
Just bear with me.
Thank you.
Just looking for my witness list. Here is it. Yes, continue.
My lady, the report it can be found on page 5865 to 5869. I would request that this report be handed in as Exhibit T6.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the report?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection, but shouldn't it be T5? Sorry, yes.
It should, I think
T5,
I'm not sure.
Charity.
Am I correct, Ms. Marriott?
T5 is for Charity Ratsotsu, my lady. This should
Yes,
be
we're going to
T6.
have T6 now.
May it please the court, my lady. No objection.
The report in respect of the deceased, Mr. Tian Kraus, as compiled by Professor Pinar and appearing on case line pages 5865 to 5869, is admitted into the record and marked Exhibit T6.
As a court pleases. Professor, can you please go to page 3913? Do you have the page?
Yes, I do have the page.
Do you confirm that you compiled the report pertaining to Joseph Gumede?
Yes, I confirm that I filed the report.
Thank you. If we go to page 3914, paragraph 4.
I am at paragraph 4.
Thank you. The second bullet point, the heading is transfer report in brackets anchor. Then it's stated no available report to evidently show that the correct transfer procedure was followed. What do you mean by the correct transfer procedure?
I've explained it earlier on. When you transfer a patient from one institution to the other institution with regards to mental health, you have a full physical assessment report as well as a full mental status report that then gives the details and the care the patient need to receive. So that is normal procedure, and the receiving institution confirm then what the outcomes of the handing in report or handing over report is, and they have also noted that this is with regards is true and authentic.
Thank you.
Let me can you please repeat that? I think I missed something, but maybe as you explain it, I will understand.
The procedure when you transfer a patient from one institution to another institution is the healthcare reports. So except for the file of the other healthcare reports, there need to be a current handing over report that focuses on the physical as well as the psychiatric and mental health, the mental status assessment report.
Okay. Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Now, Professor, if we go to page 3915, paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7.
3915, yes, my lady.
Yes, continue.
It's indicated that the post-mortem result showed that the cause of death is stated as to be due to severe coronary artery disease, probably complicated by myocardial infarction. Now, can I simplify to say this is a stroke?
Yes, you could.
Okay. Now, or can I rather ask this? Can a stroke be foreseen by any medical person?
My lady, my apologies for interrupting, my lady. I don't think your ladyship saw my hand.
Sometimes because I'm writing and I'm on case line.
As your ladyship.
At least what you did was correct, because sometimes I can't even be seeing your hands.
As your ladyship pleases. My lady, I just want to make sure the initial question by Ms. Marriott was that whether a myocardial infarction is the same as a stroke. Was that her question?
In fact, she read everything from due to coronary artery disease, probably complicated by myocardial infarction.
Yes, and I understood her then to ask whether myocardial infarction is the same as a stroke. If she
Can the doctor explain? Because that's not how I understood it. Okay.
If Ms. Marriott can just confirm what her question was.
Ms. Marriott, if you can just clarify that, please.
My lady, I just wanted to simplify the cause of death as...
that's how I understood it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe. Come again?
My apologies, my lady. My concern is about the terminology, because a myocardial infarction is not a stroke. A myocardial infarction is a...
Can we ask the doctor for now to explain, because this sentence has got two concepts, maybe for us to understand, because I think Ms. Marriott just needed a simple way out. In fact, she just summarized to say, would I be correct to say this whole statement regarding the cause of death, does it amount to, or would I be correct to say this is tantamount to a stroke? So can the doctor, professor, explain this to us so that we can understand?
As your ladyship pleases.
Just to say,
thank you,
just a second, why do you say one can conclude that this is a stroke?
My lady, I think you were quite correct.
Alternatively, just a second, you can just explain severe coronary artery disease. Then from there you also explain myocardial.
Okay. Okay. Severe coronary artery disease is coronaries from the heart.
Yes.
It means that you have cardiac problems.
Yes.
Due to the in and out move of the blood. I don't know what kind of artery disease the person had, because it was not very clear.
Yes.
Then myocardial infarction would actually be the injury of the myocardial part of the heart. Now, in normal layman's language, and it might not be correct, we classify all this under either the person had heart problems. That means it might have led to a heart attack or stroke. But I am not an expert on cardiac diseases. I must put it on the table. But for layman's understanding, one would think that my depth lies within mental health care and not necessarily within physical. But I understood advocates' question to lead to a more easy way. What is this really? But the best person that would explain it would be the pathologist. The pathologist that wrote the report.
Pathologist, okay.
Yes, because I took it out of the report of the pathologist. That's why I placed it in quotation marks.
Okay, thank you. I hope that clarifies that, Mr. Van Vergen.
Thank you, my lady. Yes, I'll take it up later with the professor as well, as your ladyship pleases.
Just hold it like that, Mr. Yes, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you. Now, Professor, this is part of your professional misconduct. I just want to know, would anyone looking after this patient be able to foresee either a heart attack or a stroke in these circumstances?
Directly, no. Any injury of the heart cannot be foreseen by the person. But the level of the care might ease it for the person either to note that the person is moving into any of the possible attacks around the heart, or But it can directly, no, it cannot be foreseen.
Thank you.
And I speak again under correction because this is not my field of speciality.
Okay. Continue, Ms. Merritt.
Thank you, my lady. I request that the report on page 3913 to 3915 be handed in as Exhibit T7.
Three 3913 to 3915. Well, now this will be T7. Is there any objection?
May it please the court, my lady. There's no objection, my lady, but may I just, it appears that we've slipped a exhibit. According to my notes, and I don't know whether
Can I assist you quickly, Mr. It's still very early in the morning, ne?
Yes,
Let me assist you quickly. Yes. Before I mark this one and admit it into the record, the first exhibit from Professor Pinar's evidence
was the curriculum, my lady.
admitted into the record was the CV, which is exhibit T1, followed by the report in respect of Mr. Aaron Ngondwane, T2, then the report in respect of Mr. Franz Decker, which is now T3, and then the report in respect of Mr. Samson Nhlapa. Let me see here.
Would be T4, my lady.
Just a second, I'm going through my notes. I don't want to make mistakes. Then that will be T4, correct? If you can just leave me because now I'm assisting you.
Thank you, my lady.
Then the fifth one, that will be the report in respect of Mr. Charity Ratsoto. That was handed in as a T5. Then T6, the report in respect of Mr. Dian Kraus. And then T7, the report in respect of, now I'm going to T7. That is the report in respect of Mr. Gumede. So you don't have any objection that I'm saying anything. The report as compiled by Professor Pina, filed on case line pages 3913 to 3915, is admitted into the record and marked Exhibit T7. Satisfied, Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, I made a mistake in the notification.
Yeah, thank you very much. But it's good because I'm also human. I can also make mistakes.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm indebted to your ladyship.
Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. Professor, during our consultation, you indicated that you were part of Wittrand De-institutionalization program. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Can you just briefly explain what process was followed and
Just
whether this...
before I don't know how long you're going to take with the professor. I see it's almost 11:15.
It's a few questions, my lady. So we can take. It will be still a few more questions, my lady. We can take the tea adjournment.
Yes, that's why I didn't want you to. And I hear that there are people who would like to see me now. I don't know. Can I accommodate you at 1:00? Is it? I don't know whether even the evidence leaders are involved. I think it's the representatives of the former MEC and Mr. Tani Mahlangu and Dr. Selebani. Can we make it immediately after 1:00? Then just for...
Yes, that works for us.
Come again?
Thank you. That works for us. 1:00 is fine.
Thank you very much.
My lady, I confirm that works for us as well.
The witnesses want... I think it's the opportune time for us to take the tea break. Can we adjourn and then resume at 11:30? Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
As the court pleases.
My lady.
under oath?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, continue, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. Professor, you were part of Vitrand de-institutionalization of mental health care users, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you briefly explain how that process worked and whether it was a success at the end of the day?
I think it's one of the most written about successes of de-institutionalization, and that was in line with the same cases we have, because we also dealt with intellectually disabled participants or persons in that, but predominantly of the cases were on the moderate intellectual disabled. But how it works is that there was a plan, a de-institutionalization plan, and there were stakeholders involved with the de-institutionalization. And as far as there were two kinds of de-institutionalization in the Northwest. That's the shift from the intellectually challenged or disabled people from the then Gelukspan Hospital to the Vitrand Hospital. Was
Gelukspan.
Yeah, from Gelukspan to Vitrand Hospital.
Yes.
That was the lighter deinstitutionalization, and it took about between 2 and 3 years. And then the very big one was the shift of the intellectually disabled or challenged people from Vitrand to the community, which was halfway houses, predominantly run by private people in the community. So both a committee as and a multidisciplinary team and different working groups were established. There was the internal working groups, which from Gelukspan to Vitrand would have been an internal working group from Gelukspan and internal working group from Vitrand, which consists of the multi or transdisciplinary team, as well as the communities within the same vicinities. So these groups were meeting separate, as well as the combined group of both both Gelukspan and Vitrand have met to discuss the challenges, to discuss the logistics, and also to see what kind of therapeutic interventions there need to be, because one of the baseline therapeutic interventions in deinstitutionalization is rehabilitation in preparing the patient, as well as habilitation service, which is teaching the intellectually disabled certain skills that they might need, or the caregivers certain skills that they might need in the institution where the individual or the patient or the mental health care user might go. So there is on different levels that you have to work together. And when I say stakeholders, these stakeholders included the Northwest government as a whole, the specifically the mental health units within that. It included the staff of both institutions, and on different levels of staff, which is the different categories of the nursing team, the medical team, the different categories of the medical team, the psychologists, occupational therapists, and other multidisciplinary team members, as well as the educational institutions, which is the universities around the area, which I remember Wits University was involved because they also place within the Witstrand or Northwest area, as well as the Northwest University Potchefstroom campus, Northwest University Mafikeng campus. And I was a representative from the Northwest University Potchefstroom campus. So we were different representatives from there. So it's a multi-stakeholder, and then the friends, normally institutions have got a certain group that they call the friends of the institution, like the friends of Sterkfontein, the friends of Witstrand. Those are the concerned community members that's involved in assisting sometimes with the habilitation and the rehabilitation of the intellectual disabled persons. So the community was involved, as well as certain stakeholders like the political people from the political order, except for the people from the government. So there was a whole team involved, and the Witstrand to the community de-institutionalization took about in the range of 5 years, and the one from Gelukspan to Witstrand Hospital, which was institution to institution, took about just a little bit over 2 years, where this mental health care users were then transferred to that regard. And at that moment, with the transfer from Gelukspan to Witstrand, I was working at Witstrand Hospital. And with the transfer from the Witstrand mental health care users to the community, which were halfway houses, I was working for the university then, but also part and parcel of the team due to my exposure and experience within intellectual disability. And what is very pertinent is that's why I'm talking today about the preparation of the mental health care user, which is a thorough assessment and then the judgment of the multi-professional or the transdisciplinary professional team. But even when the person is de-institutionalized or moved from one institution to another institution, there need to be certain protocol and procedures in place. As I mentioned today, the reports, which is not only physical, but also the mental status assessment. Because even being in an institution, the mental health care user or the intellectually disabled might either improve or deteriorate, depending what the level of care within the institution. And we cannot rely on a report of a year or 2 years or even 10 years back, because there is mobility within the condition of the person. So in a nutshell, these were very strategic planning, but going down right to the operational team who deals day to day with the healthcare users or with the intellectually disabled.
And how many patients were about transferred in that project?
In the one project, if I'm just counting now, if each unit has 120 and is 12 units, I'm just working out in order to give you. From the Gelukspan to Witstrand is around 250 plus. I do not have the correct number. And again, from Witstrand towards the community would also be anything between 100 and 300 patients. I do not have the correct amount, because the total amount of people within veteran was 1,200, and we needed to make space for the one in order for the other one to take place.
And according to your knowledge, did any deaths occur during this movement?
No, not according to my knowledge.
Now, Professor, my next questions are mainly pertaining to mentally profound to severe intellectual patients. Now, if you move these patients to new surroundings, can they cope, or is it a very problematic situation?
In my experience, especially in the two occasions, these intellectual disabled mental health care users could cope to a certain extent, because we normally used to assess it by the scale. If you move from one place to another, we say you have a stressor or adaptation stressor of about 6 out of 10. Now, or to the highest 6 out of 10. So for me, and especially if I looked at, they were very well prepared. It depends on your preparation. It depends in the care that you receive before and after. So they relatively could cope with this adjustment. There might have been lack of adjustment or difficult adjustment for up to 3 months, but they could relatively cope well. But I must also add that the preparation on both sides were done very well. So depending on your preparation, you will cope. And in general, if I might judge that normally human beings cope when things are not changed too much, or even when things are changed too much, but it's an adaptable situation, they can cope. So with this two, where it was moved from one institution, Gelekspan, to veteran, and from veteran to the community, the mental health care users could cope with that. But very well preparation was done within that regard.
Yes, continue.
Professor, you talk about human beings can cope in situation, but we're not working with normal human beings. If I can just, or can ask you to elaborate, how would you classify these mentally or MHCU patients if you have to put them on a scale of normal human beings and so on?
Depending on where normality lie, whether severe and profound mental health care users, the intellectual disability, normally these individuals are a certain biological age and they function on a certain chronological age. Now, what does that mean? That means that I might be 40, but I function at the level of 28 months. So really assessing, that's the chronological age in our assessments, and that's why a mental status assessment is of utter importance. Now, if you look at the intellectually disabled adults, is that when they function possibly at the age of 24 months, for me is if you take when I say relatively adapt, if you take a child from one place to another place, and I say this with a lot of respect, but I'm focusing on the chronological functioning of the people. It's sometimes there would be severe temper tantrums, because we know that at the age of 2 there is severe temper tantrum, but just as there is severe temper tantrums, I have noted with a chronological age,
Okay, continue.
Can you hear well, my lady?
Yes.
Yes. With a chronological age where the intellectually disabled person function rather on a child, there is a slightly easier adjustment when the environment is receptive and the care is acceptable.
Now, Professor, if we consider or most of the patients that we were looking at and the post-mortems seems that these mental health care users were lean or very thin. Is that normal for these type of patients?
I would say it's quite normal. Remember that these mental health care users, the intellectually disabled, have some fallout of adaptive functioning. That means communication, eating, and sometimes when they can move, the movement is also very erratic, and they sort of remain active the whole day. So they need to be fed, they need to be, every kind of care need to be done for them, and they normally cannot communicate, or if they move from one situation to another, the non-verbal communication that they became used to in the previous institution is then now not working. So, but in general, I've noted that they are at a lower body mass than, if you might say, and I put it in quotation marks, the normal person their age. And that I'm talking about the biological age, not the chronological age.
And you mentioned earlier when we went through your reports that there's certain medication taken and, like you indicated, affected swallowing. Does it affect any other normal functioning of the body?
You know, normally the side effects of psychotropic drugs is really very invasive, and people, it moves from motoric restlessness, tremors, and as I said, that difficulty in swallowing. So it might affect the day-to-day functioning, the side effects of the psychotropic medication.
And can that have an impact on the eating habits as well?
It could have an impact on the eating habits, especially if the eating is not so habilitated, if the person is not so, cannot eat by themselves very strongly. So if the hands start shivering because of the medication they take, it makes it difficult to bring the food to the mouth or to eat effectively, and that's where feeding comes in, or support with eating.
And you also mentioned pertaining to swallowing and saliva. Does that have an impact on the eating habits?
It would be obvious if that's one of the side effects that influence the swallowing, that it would have an effect. Because there's also one of the side effects which we call drooling, and that's the excessive saliva, that it becomes difficult a lot of times for these mental health care users to swallow, and that would definitely affect that.
Continue.
Now, Professor, due to your experience, what is the age capacity of these patients?
You know, especially with the severe to profound, because there are other adaptive functioning issues involved, that a lot of times the movement. They are not that mobile. They cannot do a lot of things for themselves. One expect from about 45 years, they literally comes up with very severe physical health issues, and the life expectancy is then quite lower than the mild and moderate intellectually disabled mental health care users, as well as the other people which we in quotation marks, just for the record, would say normal. So the life expectancy, depending on the care and depending on the severity of the intellectual disability, might not be that high.
And if you consider, again, the profound and severe intellectual patients, more inclined to health issues or sickness and illnesses?
They are more inclined to illnesses in the sense that depending on the care around them and depending on what they can do for themselves and how adaptive they have become in their level of functioning. So they are more inclined to physical illnesses. For example, aspiration is quite a known phenomena within especially our profound intellectual disabled people.
We also dealt with a few patients who eat foreign material. Is that an indication that they were hungry?
It might not necessarily be that they are hungry. Remember, I talked about the chronological functioning. If you look at the age, and again with respect of children, you see that at a certain stage, which we call the oral phase, that kids put everything in their mouth. So that might be because of the level of functioning, chronological, as well as the insight that they have, also linked to the chronological functioning, because normally in the hospital, I remember in the practice we had the sponge mattresses, and invariably the corner of the sponge mattress would be grabbed and put in the mouth and eat, and paper and anything that they can find with nearby would be grabbed. So it really depends on the level of functioning, and especially when you look at severe and profound in that regard, and just compare it with the chronological functioning.
Thank you. Now, Professor, we also saw, I saw a lot of patients diagnosed with epilepsy and seizures and stuff like that. Is that quite normal for these type of patients?
Yes, it is, because remember, a lot of times it's also a way of expression for this mental health care users, and a number of them struggle with seizures, and the seizure might be the cause or the effect, because a number of them have landed in an intellectually disabled institution because of the extended seizures that they might have had, which cut off the oxygen from the brain and then lead to degeneration. So it might have been like that, or under normal circumstances, I've noted that seizures are quite common amongst especially severe and profound, but also the mild and moderate intellectual disabled people. And that's why a number of them are on anti-epilepticum, either for the seizures that they are getting or as a mood stabilizer.
Continue.
Thank you. Now, Professor, would you say that when a mental health care user is handed over to a new entity, is a periodical report sufficient as part of the records?
It depends what we mean by period.
Pathology.
Just want to see if I can find an example of a periodical report.
Yes, what is the response?
My response is it depends what the period is, because for some mental health care users, you have either 3 monthly, 6 monthly, annually, or biannually report, but then there's no movement. So when someone is moved from one institution to another institution, there's a clear procedure. If I receive anyone, I need to know what the current physical as well as the mental state of the person is. So if you say for a person moved from one institution to another, only a periodic report, because that report might have been drafted a year ago or more than a year ago, that would not be sufficient. But the immediate report would be sufficient for the period of transfer.
Thank you.
Continue.
Now, Professor, do you have any experience pertaining to pressure sores?
As a nurse, I would have experience of pressure sores.
According to your knowledge as a nurse, how long does it take for a pressure sore to develop?
Come again? How long does it take to
develop?
Yes, continue.
My lady, it depends on the feeding state of the healthcare user, as well as the care that the healthcare user receives. Where the skin is very fragile, it can develop over a shorter time. But when the skin is very fragile and the person's mobility is not that good. Remember, a pressure sore develops when blood does not flow through the area, and there's constant friction. So when the person is very fragile, the person is possibly very underfed and not very mobile, that can develop faster, I would say, with a 2-week period, but in general, it takes a bit of a time for a pressure sore to develop when the person receives adequate care, even if the person is limitedly mobile, and the person, the feeding status of the person is to an acceptable level. The body mass is okay, and the skin is not fragile.
In those circumstances, how long does it take for a pressure sore then to form?
Do you mean when the skin is fragile or skin is non-fragile?
No, not fragile, and the person is in general a good medical state.
And the person is well cared for?
Yes.
One would hardly have a pressure sore. You might have pressure points where the skin is becoming a little bit sensitive, but a pressure sore, there's a difference between a pressure point and a pressure sore. A pressure sore is when the skin has broken and it's open and it starts developing a sore, but a pressure point is normally when the skin is sensitive. So it would be very difficult, I would say 4 or more weeks when a person is, but it's to manage pressure points is rather an easy way of care not to land into a pressure sore, which becomes a complication.
And what care do you apply for something like this?
Is the normal 1 to 2 hourly turning, the rubbing for the blood to reflow. Like, for example, we also have it, we have pressure points when we have sat for a long time, you feel that the skin become a little bit numb, and when you move again, blood flow. So it's the facilitation of blood flow through the area, which is normally done by nurses or other healthcare givers, where they turn the person and the rubbing, very delicate rubbing of the person, and the put of certain, for example, pillows, so that the person do not have direct pressure on the pressure point.
Thank you, Professor. And does diabetes have a effect on this?
A very severe effect, because remember, diabetes is one of the illnesses that deals with, that exacerbates wounds due to the, to put it in layman's term, and attract bacteria due to the level of sugar in the blood. So yes, it does have a severe influence.
Now, Professor, if you consider the reports that you drafted, is there a single person or entity that you can indicate that that was responsible for the death of these patients?
You know, I've just seen reports, and I cannot with confidence say this institution was responsible, because moving from one institution to another, there were some lacks with regards either to the physical care or with regards to the mental, psychiatric and mental health care, or either both. So I could not say with confidence. I have not done an inspection in loco at either of the institutions. I have not done an analysis on the qualification of the staff of the institution, the patient-staff ratio. So I cannot with confidence say that this institution is, because a number of the reports I have not seen from the transferring institution. But as I said, that when I look at the reports in the file, which might have reflected the NPO, I would say that there was negligence in care and management of the NPO. But on the other hand, I have not seen the care reports of the previous institution. So I only worked with documents that I had in front of me.
Perfect.
Just a second. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for the witness.
This is time for cross-examination of the witness. Can we start, Mr. Martin? Do you have questions to the witness?
Thank you, my lady. We have no questions for the witness.
Ms. Govender?
My lady, we have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, may I request an indulgence to let my cross-examination, if any, stand over until the other counsel's cross-examinations have been concluded. But at this stage, I do not have any questions to the witness, but I'd like to reserve the right to, should it become necessary, purposes of clarification to proceed with cross-examination once prior to re-examination being conducted by the evidence leaders, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. And my lady, your ladyship would, with respect, have noted that the witness's evidence went well beyond the contents of the various opinions that were made available on case lines. I need to take instructions on some of the issues that were raised. My lady, I would request that my cross-examination stand over at least until after lunch. So if I could cross-examine at 2 o'clock or from 2 o'clock onwards. I do not think it is necessary for the proceedings to stand down until then. If anyone else wants to cross-examine in time, I would suggest that that be done, but that my cross-examination stand over at this stage. As your ladyship pleases.
Ms. Hassim.
May it please the court, my lady, I do have some questions for the professor, and I'm ready to proceed now. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon.
My name is Advocate Hassim, and I am representing some of the families of the deceased in this inquest. Just for clarification purposes to begin with, Professor, you have a doctorate in health sciences nursing, is that correct?
Yes, you are correct.
And you also have a master's in psychiatric community nursing.
Yes, correct.
Do you have experience in the practice of psychiatric nursing?
Yes, I have experience since 1995. I think you might have noted that I mentioned Veteran Hospital. So I worked within, as we called it those days, mental retardation. And if you have any experience, I beg your pardon?
Did you say 1995? 1998?
Yes, since 1995.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see your CV first, that's why, but it's fine. Continue.
Okay. I worked in Veteran Hospital and then at Santon Mediclinic, and then I have been teaching and also clinically instructing mental health. So since 1995, I'm still teaching mental health across the African continent. I've drafted textbooks on specifically looking at public mental health. So that is my experience in a nutshell. I do research within mental health and the care of mental health. So I do have experience.
Thank you. And do you have experience also in the management of nursing care?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked to review certain case dockets of the deceased who form part of this inquest.
Mm-hmm.
And I see we have reports for only 6 of the deceased. Were you only asked to provide reports in respect of those 6?
Yes. I have not write any further reports on that.
So just the 6, okay. Case dockets that you reviewed that I would like to ask you questions on. The first one is docket 71, and that's Vuyo Aaron Kondwane. This mental health care user had a intellectual disability and also a severe intellectual disability and also epilepsy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And there are some notes that were made by Life Esidimeni regarding the kind of care that this user required. If I can take you to those page references, please. The first is at 6076.
6076.
Yes. So about halfway down this page, it says care user needs total assistance.
I've noted it, yes.
And then at 6146,
I'm just going to the page.
let me know when you're there.
You say 6146.
Yes.
When I page down on the document, it says document end at 6082. That's what I have on my case line notes.
Okay, let me see if I can display the page for you. If I could have the assistance of my team, please. In fact, we can start with 6145. Can you see it on the screen in front of you, Professor?
I can see it in front of me.
So this is a leave of absence form that was filled in at Life of Esidimeni, and at page 6146, where there's a space for conditions of behavior which must be adhered to by the user.
My lady, if I may, and with apologies to my learned friend for interrupting her, she said that this was completed at Life Esidimeni. If one looks at the date, it was completed in December 2016 at CCRC. So this is not a Life Esidimeni document.
My apologies, my lady. It's at Cullinan. It was at Cullinan.
Yes, it says name of establishment where the user's mental health status will be monitored and reviewed, CCRC, on the first page. I think
I'm indebted to my learned colleague. It's an error. It's meant to be Cullinan.
Yes, thank you very much. I can see that on this first page, 6146 at the bottom. Thank you. Continue.
So, Professor, I was referring you to the remarks that I made under conditions of behavior which must be adhered to by the user. And it's handwritten: personal hygiene care, user to be helped feeding, back and pressure, it's hard to read, past care. I don't know if you can read it, but it's in relation to pressure sores.
Yeah.
Can you make sense of that sentence?
Back and pressure care to present pressure source.
My lady, if I may be of assistance,
I see, just before you come in, I see back and pressure past. Is it past?
I believe it says part, back and pressure part care.
Part care.
Part care, yes, something part care. And then
2 hourly to...
And an hour to prevent pressure sores.
2 hours to prevent pressure
sores.
Okay. Just a second. I'm also noting this. Yes, you can read the others that are left.
My lady, perhaps just to clarify, in front of the 2, there is a Q. So it's Q2H, and I'm sure the professor will agree that...
Yes, because I was more concerned about this This is, yes, it's like a queue.
Yes, and
the professor will have to explain to us what this means.
Yeah, that I understand that's nursing and medical shorthand for 2 hourly.
Yeah, no, that's why I read it as 2 hourly.
Yes, okay. So it means 2 hourly. This Q, what does it mean, Professor?
It means 2 hourly.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes.
And then
can you do the remaining ones?
The user not to be left alone and medication to be given as prescribed. And then it's signed and dated 31 December 2016. So that gives us some insight into the kind of care the patient required.
Mm-hmm.
And then at page 6164, which is an affidavit.
Just before you move, there is this thing here. Name of psychiatric hospital where the user is to be admitted if he or she relapses and or is not complying with the terms and conditions applicable to the leave. Any nearest hospital, okay? Continue. So this was signed on the 31st of December, 2016.
Yes.
Continue.
Professor, I was then referring you to a statement by Ms. Dorothy Franks at page 6164, where she describes this user, and you'll see at paragraph 3, she says he was transferred to Anchor Center.
I cannot see paragraph 3. If you can just bring it in my site.
This is page 6164 now. Am I correct? Yes.
That's
okay.
Correct.
The paragraph?
Paragraph 3.
Okay.
I can see it now. I'm reading.
If the witness can first read the paragraph, or you can direct him, it's fine. You may continue.
Let me know when you've read it, Professor.
I've read it, yes.
Thank you. So, Professor, you would have seen that this mental health care user was also not capable of expressing himself with words. He used sound and hand signals in order to communicate. So, you earlier testified about the transfer of mental health care users and how transfers ought to be done. In the case of this kind of mental health care user, would you say that special care should be taken when transferring this user from one institution to another?
I would definitely concur with that, my lady.
And why? What kind of special care?
Just a second, Ms. Kassim. Yes, continue.
Professor, can you elaborate on that? What kind of special care is required when transferring a patient like this?
Just roughly reading through the notes of 2016, it was then, it seems that the transfer notes should have included the assessment or the fallouts on physical adaptive functioning. That is the day-to-day functioning. I can see it for 2016, but I'm not. I have not now gone through it to hear when he was transferred. So at least for physical care and relatively total physical care, because it appears that he has already been lobbying for eating and other things around the healthcare staff. Then also the transfer note should have included the mental status assessment, which is also the inclusion of the level of functioning, whether it's we can see possibly in all patients or all mental health care users, I could see the biological age, but I did not necessarily note the chronological age. That is on which level of functioning this particular mental health care user is functioning. And when I read the previous note, there is indication in 2016. So I would have asked what was the current physical as well as mental status functioning of the person in order to guide the people how to take care.
Assume for the moment that what we do know about this mental health care user is that he was severely intellectually disabled and epileptic, and he had difficulty. He couldn't be left alone. He needed assistance to take care of himself, and he couldn't communicate as any other person may be able to communicate because he didn't speak. Okay, so when you are transferring a patient like this, apart from the notes that are made that should inform the receiving institution, would it be possible? Should it not be that this user must be transferred as an individual? In other words, the user should be transferred to a person in a manner in which the user is introduced to the receiving health professional, and so that the receiving person understands the condition of the user. That's what I'm trying to understand. Would that be an appropriate transfer?
That would be an appropriate expectation. I concur with that, and that's why I talk about the handing over and the taking over report. So it's from the person that transfer the person that hands over and the person that takes over that say that I agree that this is the person I'm seeing in front of me and this is the care that the person would need.
And the basic information at the very minimum the receiving person should have is the name of the user, the diagnosis of the physical and mental condition of the user, and the treatment required. Medical. Would you agree?
I concur. I agree with that.
Thank you. Would it be appropriate to transfer a group of users in one move? So basically having a number, say 10 or 15 users that are transferred in one go. You spoke about a previous example, and I'd come back to that later because we hadn't seen that in your report about the previous de-institutionalization process you were involved in. But what I'm trying to understand from you is when you do these transfers as part of de-institutionalization, is it done individually or in large groups at a time?
To a certain extent, the people might be, and I'm not sure whether I understand you correctly, the people might be, but I'll give an answer. The people might be transferred within a group, also with a group of healthcare workers, but during the taking and handing over, this is done individually because each healthcare user, mental health care user, is unique with unique needs and with unique caring needs.
Thank you, Professor. So even if a user is part of a group, that user still needs to be received individually and assessed according to their individual needs.
I agree with that, yes.
And in a user like this who has difficulty communicating, is it correct that they would have formed an attachment to previous caregivers in making themselves understood?
I have narrated in my previous evidence that sometimes the nonverbal communication, the caregivers of the previous institution become used to that nonverbal communication, and then the mental health care user need to be handed over in order for the new caregivers to be communicated what the way of communication of the mental health care user is.
Thank you, Professor. And then as an epileptic patient with this communication disability, I imagine close supervision would be required.
I would agree with that.
And what type of, when we talk about this supervision and this user in particular, what type of nursing care is required? And meaning, at what level would it require the attention of a professional nurse, for example?
It would require the attention of a professional nurse or any other nursing category that is well capacitated within giving care to the mental health care users with disabilities. As I previously stated, that in low and middle income countries, we rather do struggle to have the required qualified people in the same ratio as the developed countries. So under circumstances, if the professional nurse is not directly involved, is at least indirectly, but with one of the categories that's under supervision of the professional nurse. For example, the nursing auxiliary and the enrolled nurse who is under direct supervision of the professional nurse. And we do have from time to time caregivers in this institution, and they go normally through a short course where they are taught how to work with the mentally disabled or intellectually disabled individual, especially the kind of Mr. Vuyo who need that nearly one-to-one care for whatever the fallouts physically or mentally might be. So I say I concur with the assumption, but in reality, the packaging of the care might look a bit different, but still, I would say direct or indirect care of a professional nurse.
Thank you. That clarifies it for me, Professor. So let's turn to the opinion that was prepared by the pathologist who conducted the post-mortem on this user, and that was Dr. Stewart. And if I could ask you to go to page 6068. So there is, you'll see under discussion, under 2.3, can you see that?
I'm still moving to the page. I have from 6074 on my bundle. I'll check on the screen then.
Thank you, Professor. I hope you'll be able to follow it on the screen. You'll see under 2.3 discussion. The doctor has made comments on the nursing notes that were provided. And there are several bullet points. And I was hoping that you'd be able to read through it. I think it may be hard for you on the screen, but if you can.
Yes, I can see that the person talk about the nursing notes. I'm just reading through it.
Thank you.
If you can just page further, that I see the following note after also noted. If you can page further, please. I have read until prescribed medication.
Thank you, Professor. So you will see that the doctor made comments on the nursing notes. So, for example, she notes that there's inconsistency in the nursing records, where on the same day the behavior of the user is captured very differently. In your expertise, is this how nursing records, what would be your concern with this kind of record keeping? And should there be somebody who reviews the nursing records to pick up inconsistencies in the institution?
Yes, I would first ask about the procedure of recording in nursing. All nursing records should be reviewed by a professional nurse. And the professional nurse, if any other person signed the recording, the professional nurse will countersign. And the record must be very clear and must describe every facet of the entrance. For example, the mental health care user cried. There is no reason given for the crying. And then the mental health care user was rude and aggressive, but also there is no explanation given why from one emotion to another emotion there was a shift. Now, this is quite normal for mental health care users to move from an emotion of crying to aggressive, or from aggressive to crying, because we normally say that aggression is not a primary feeling to be exposed by any person, because underneath aggression lies hurt and pain. And that's just from a professional point of view, that possibly the rude and aggressiveness might have been because of the feeling of powerlessness, or the cry might have come from hurt, and that is just a wild judgment. But as we see that there is no reason given for the change of the expression of the emotion. And in many of the notes entered, there are no explanations noted.
So that would be true also for physical changes. So if a person is vomiting, there should be
vomited.
Could have caused the vomiting.
Yes, my lady, the vomiting as well as the lower blood pressure variation, there was no explanation what was then done by the caregivers and what was the outcome in both of the physical notes entered.
And the doctor here in her notes said that there was no indication of any alarm in regard to the blood pressure, low blood pressures. What do you understand by that? What should a nurse do when he or she takes a blood pressure reading like those that are noted here?
If the nurse doesn't have the capacity to act within his or her scope in order to assist the mental health care user or patient, this must be reported to a medical professional, and something must be done because this blood pressure is very low. So if the nurse does not have the capacity in consultation with the medical officer to assist the patient, this must be reported either to a higher line manager, which might be the nurse in charge, and then the medical professional. And that's the alarm I think our colleague has alluded to.
So it should be reported to somebody more senior?
Yes, with the capacity to support the patient.
The point of it is to ensure that the proper support is provided to the patient, isn't that so?
I agree.
Continue.
She also notes that that there aren't any notes that were taken for a large period of time. And what really was missing here was the 3 weeks preceding the demise of the user. You've already testified that this is not acceptable.
I agree, this is not acceptable. The day-to-day recording of the care of the mental health care user should be recorded.
And the reason that this is so important is because the care of the user becomes compromised without those recordings. Is that right?
Yes, and also the handing over. Remember that no one works 24-hour shifts. And if I take over a mental health care user, if the particular healthcare giver did not have time to report certain anomalies to me, I can then note it record that at least in a 6-hour shift, there was about 3 entries on what the condition of the mental health care user or the patient was and what is done and what was the progress up until the next shift.
Thank you, Professor. The last paragraph on this page 6068, it continues onto the next page, but if you could please read it.
We can move to the following page. I've read.
Thank you, Professor. You know that the doctor has referred to certain medications. She's referred to epilim, lamotrigine, and Rivotril. Do you know what those medicines are?
Although it's not my primary scope, of course, as a mental health care nurse, we had to give education. Those are all anti-epileptics, which is used for mood stabilizers, and some lighter antipsychotics, which if I just look at the side effects, I can see why the person has written that it has contributed or exacerbated, because the side effects leans itself to the exacerbating of the symptoms of the patient.
So the doctor talks about sedative effects, which would have contributed to aspiration. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes. And what I testified earlier on, that one of the main side effects is the overdrooling and the lack of swallowing, or the diminished swallowing, which normally a sedative would bring.
So, as a nurse who is entrusted with the care of a user like this, what kind of care is expected from that nurse? What I'm trying to understand is, surely you would know this. Would you be trained to know that these are risks associated with these medications?
From a professional nurse point of view, indeed, you are supposed to know the risk. And as I said, that when the nurse is an independent practitioner, so if I choose to give this medication, I need to manage the consequences of this medication.
And where the professional nurse is not available and there is an auxiliary nurse or enrolled nurse or other care worker taking care of the user, they should be advised to pay special care to the user to avoid the risk of aspiration. Would you agree?
I would agree to that, as I talked about indirect care, which is that all these significant cases should be discussed with the caregivers and what to look out for.
So in the case of this user, he had swallowed a large piece of plastic.
Mm-hmm.
And this is referred to by Dr. Stewart in this paragraph. The ingestion of the large foreign object. There's a picture of the plastic sheet in the record, and it's at page 37430.
Mm-hmm.
I think we might have to pull it up for you. So that, Doctor, do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
So it's quite a large piece of plastic. Would you agree?
I would agree with that. I would also add that it's not uncommon, as I testified, but then the consequences of what is the ratio of care or what the capacity of the people are that care for the person. Because just as a professional nurse, you would immediately suspect something, as I said, is not uncommon in the practice, that something has happened and report if you do something.
So when you say it's not uncommon, are you talking about the swallowing of foreign objects?
The swallowing of especially plastic, foam of the mattress, foreign objects to a certain extent. Yes. Because of the insight of this mental health care users, and also the level on which they are functioning. But I did previously talk about the ratios, and for me, on all the reports that I went through, the ratios and the level of capacity of the caregivers were not acceptable. However, this is a pathology report, and I'm not sure whether the staff might have noted and what the reasons, as you took me through the notes, that there were no reasons given.
My lady?
Yeah, just a second. Thank you, Ms. Marriott.
My lady, I would request for fairness to this witness for the photograph to be shown before the plastic was spread out, for him to comment on as well.
Ms.
I have no problem with that. We can.
I see there is another hand, Ms. Govender.
Yes, my lady, my apologies to interrupt my learned friend's cross-examination. I just wanted to add to this. My lady, we must just be cognizant that what the witness is now asked to do insofar as Dr. Stewart's report is to provide an opinion on an opinion. And I won't take it any further than that, my lady.
Ms. Hassim?
I don't understand whether my learned friend is objecting to the questioning as a result or just making a comment, my lady. But what I'm trying to do is, these pathologists had given an opinion on the postmortems that they conducted. They said that it would benefit from a clinician's perspective because they're not clinicians. What I'm trying to establish with the professor is what kind of care is given to these kind of users who are known to put foreign objects into their mouths, and how it should be recorded and noted and dealt with.
Yes, Ms. Govender?
My lady, I accept that. The simple point that I'd like to make is that obviously we know Dr. Stewart had certain findings. I'm not objecting to the line of questioning. My concern is really just the probative value and then again the link to causation. I won't take it any further than that, and I wouldn't want to hinder Ms. Hassim's cross-examination.
Okay. Your submissions have been noted. Can I think the question will be allowed. Can I see Mr. Martin?
As it pleases your ladyship. My lady, can I also just contribute to what Ms. Govender stated there? There's also a preceding event, and I'm not quite sure if this witness has been properly referred to it, but this particular patient went home for 3 weeks.
Wrong, or maybe it's just a question of raising your hand, your voice.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now, my lady?
Yes, continue.
There we go. My lady, just to contribute to what Ms. Govender said, there's also, if we take the objection, or not the objection, rather the objective of this questioning, as Ms. Hassim puts it, which is to examine the level of care that this patient got. We also can't forget to refer him to a fairly important preceding event, which is that this witness went home for 3 weeks, shortly before he passed away. And Ms. Stewart also, from my recollection, made it clear that she was unable to establish when this plastic was ingested and whether it was ingested at the Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre.
When he was?
When the plastic was ingested, and whether it was ingested at the hospital or whether it was ingested while the patient was in the care of his family. So my concern is, as Ms. Govender said, it's a question of probative value, and we can examine questions of whether or not this patient received adequate care from nurses 6 months prior to his passing. But the fact is he swallowed plastic and he was at home for 3 weeks shortly before he swallowed plastic. And those are the immediate preceding events. And I share Ms. Govinder's concern that the probative value of these questions is questionable.
I take it that the report speaks for itself and the professor has read the report. Maybe proper questions should be asked to the professor, because even in these notes, there is clear mention of the fact that there was inconsistency regarding the recording of the notes, which indicated that while they say he was on leave of absence, on the same day prior to that, there was an earlier note that suggested that the patient was at the establishment. So
yes. And that is my concern, my lady. So
yes,
for example,
maybe
there was a reference
just
to
focus. I think Ms. Govender is well aware of the facts, and the record speaks for itself. Continue, Ms. Govender. Or you want to respond first to Mr. Martin's concerns, which I take it this just supports what Ms. Govender has just alluded to the court.
Milady, are you addressing me?
Yes.
Okay. Milady, sorry, Ms. Govender seems to want to speak.
Ms. Govender?
No, Ms. Hessam, I believe that Ms. Hessam has clarified it. Her ladyship referred to Ms. Govender, and I wasn't sure.
No. In fact, it was just a slip of a tongue. It's Mr. Martin. Yes, continue. Yes, I referred to you. Just a second. It was not even a slip of a tongue. Why I referred to Ms. Govender was the fact that the concerns raised are almost the similar concerns that Ms. Govender has raised in relation to the opinion by Dr. Stewart pertaining to this particular mental health care user.
Yes, my lady.
I don't want to repeat what I've said. Continue.
I really don't have much questions on this. If I can put to the professor...
Just before you proceed, interject. I'm just saying, without prolonging the matter, I'm just saying the concerns have been raised, and surely, because one should be careful in the cross-examination of the professor in relation to what the doctor has indicated in the report. Because in any event, what we have here is that the professor has read this post-mortem report in respect of this particular mental health care user. In the very same notes where you have referred to the professor, there are indications that there was some inconsistency in relation to the issues that Mr. Martin has raised in pertaining to the fact that while we know that the patient or the deceased was home during that period, mention is made that he was at the same time at the hospital. There are two inconsistent statements or notes that have been made. So the way I understood the issue as raised by both Ms. Govender and Mr. Martins it's to be careful cross-examines this witness in relation to a report by another doctor. But I understand the way you explained to say that this professor was called upon to substantiate on the matter which the pathologist couldn't give any opinion on.
That is correct, my lady. Yes. And I put it to this witness I could take this witness to the actual clinical nursing notes, but I don't think it's necessary to do that unless the court wishes me to go there. I had taken Dr. Stewart to the actual underlying nursing notes, which confirms what she had noted, which is that those records were inconsistent.
Okay. You didn't want to go to the issue to say what Mr. Martin has raised. Okay, continue.
Except that is what is stated in this report by Dr. Stewart, is that And that is the point, is that there are insufficient, inconsistent, and at times incoherent nursing records. Sorry, there's someone else that's...
I can see, I think it's Miss Munjerel. I don't know what's happening. I can't only, yeah, something it's not right. Yes, I hope it's not.
What I'm saying is...
Again, yes.
Sorry.
Continue. I think you can continue. I mean, we've dealt with the issue.
Thank you, my lady. It's simply this, Professor. You said that it is not uncommon that mental health care users, particularly those that suffer intellectual disability and have a low chronological age, will put foreign objects into their mouths. So, knowing that, would you agree that therefore the care that is assigned to them should be the kind of care that is trained to deal with that problem?
Indeed, I concur with your first part. And as I said, with a chronological age and with very big respect for our adult intellectual disabled persons, that they function on the level of the chronological age, a 2-year-old. And of course, a 2-year-old needs that kind of supervision. However, I also added previously and now that the practice in middle and low income countries does not reflect that. But from a strategic expert view, definitely the care of supervision is very much needed.
But let me, I now need to just test that, Professor. You say in low and middle income countries, that kind of care is not possible. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't say it's not possible. I say it's not commonly practiced because some institutions, as I said, for example, Veteran Hospital, they have the capacity, they have the staff, they have everyone. But when you go to an NPO, and all the NPOs that I've done the records for, they did not have the capacity, they did not have the staff ratio, and those things should have been checked before the patients were placed there in a de-institutionalization program. So I say that in a low-income country where finances are not that high, it's not always that you get the expected care that is prescribed. But in an ideal situation, I concur with you.
I understand you better now, Professor. Thank you. The point is that if a person is getting that kind of care in an institution and that user is going to be transferred, there should be care to transfer that user into a place with comparable level of nursing care. Is that correct? Have I captured you correctly?
I agree with that.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. I see it's now 1:00. I think we can take the lunch adjournment now. Resume at 2:00. The witnesses want. Thank you.
As a please, committee.
If I may, before we adjourn, I don't know. Nelisiwe, I'll give you instructions for me to be able to see whether the two council want the evidence leaders. Surely they should be present, isn't it?
We've invited Mr. Late. I see it's just Ms. Marriott today, but I'm quite happy for her to be there.
Fine. Can I then you can just the two of you and Mr. Late remain. Nelisiwe, just look at your WhatsApp. Are you there? Nelisiwe?
Yes, Judge, I'm still here.
My lady, sorry to interrupt. We're not sure what the request for the meeting is with your ladyship. And I'm not sure whether it's something
I also don't know. That is why I just want to have a prima facie view, and then I'll determine whether the others should be invited or not. But for now, let me have the only the ones that have requested.
Lady, maybe it doesn't relate to the substance of the matter at all. I'm quite happy for Ms. Hassan, if she wishes, But it doesn't relate to the substance of them. It doesn't relate to the substance of the inquest at all. It relates to a matter of representation.
Can we excuse the professor for now?
Does that mean we should exit the meeting and rejoin after lunch or what? Or are you going to create your own space where you'll be able to discuss these things?
In fact, we should need I don't know. In fact, my problem is I don't know what is it that they're going to tell me. Or
My lady, it relates to the representation of our clients. It doesn't relate to the substance of the inquest. It relates to our continued representation.
Can we just?
It's not a matter that we want to discuss on YouTube.
Or you don't want everybody to be present?
I don't mind the other lawyers being present. Doesn't bother me at all. It's just not something that's necessary. I don't mind any other representatives being present.
The two of you. Yes, if you are present, you just listen, and then I'll because I otherwise, if they are going to, log in. Alternatively, you can just leave the meeting for now and then come and log in when you come back. It's also, but if you want to remain, you can remain, as they say.
I have my apologies for my interjection. I have a bit of a different view. What we're going to be discussing doesn't concern the rest of the representatives. If a ladyship, after hearing us, believes that it's a matter that should involve the rest of the representatives, then we'll oblige. But at this juncture, it concerns exactly that which Mr. Martin has said, the representation of our client. It's not a substantive matter, and it doesn't warrant everyone being present.
Okay, can I hear Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Just my 2 cents worth. I think it would be appropriate if everybody other than Mr. Martin and Ms. Govender exits and rejoins at 2 o'clock. This is clearly an issue that should first be dealt with between your ladyship and the council involved. And I would submit that just as a matter of courtesy, if nothing more.
If they exit and rejoin, that will be fine.
The rest of us should exit and rejoin at 2 o'clock.
Oh, yes. So that is what I was proposing. I don't know if will that be fine with the rest of you? I don't think. Yes. Can I first? Yes. I just wanted to hear if it concerns you. I'll discuss that with you. But for now, can you please just exit and then you'll rejoin at a later stage. Thank you very much.
As your ladyship.
May it please the court,
Mr. Lee, are you there?
I'm here.
The witness is reminded that he's still under oath.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Professor. I'd like to take you to the next report you did, which is of Franz Decker. It was docket 56.
If you could give me the page number, I would be more...
Sorry. I'll tell you.
Please.
It's Exhibit C3, my lady, and it's page 4799.
4799. Thank you. I am on the report.
Go to the page.
Yes, I am on the report.
Just a second, Miss. I'm also. Yes, I've got the page. You can continue.
Thank you, my lady. Professor, this mental health care user was, the post-mortem was conducted by a Dr. Makoba, and the cause of death was recorded as septic decubitus ulcers complicated by sepsis. What do you understand by that cause of death?
I just need to go into the report. If you can just give me a bit of time.
Would you like the reference to Dr. Makoba's post-mortem?
Yes, please. If you could pull that up for me.
It's at, page 4738.
4738. On
paragraph 5 on this page, Roman figure 5.
It's displayed on the screen as well.
Yes, I am there. It says septic decubitus ulcers complicated by sepsis.
What do you understand by that cause of death?
From me, I understand that the patient had ulcers, which might be the bed sores, and
Head ulcers, which might be
bed sores.
Okay.
And it was complicated by sepsis. It became septic. That's the basic understanding for the pathologist report.
Okay, so the bed sores became septic.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, at page 4807, if I could ask my team to also display that page, 4807. At paragraph 6 on this page. If you could just read it. This is where Dr. Makoba describes what decubitus ulcers are.
I'm reading it. I've read paragraph 6 on this page.
And does that is that also your understanding of what decubitus ulcers are?
Yes, as I previously testified that when I was asked about bed sores or as well decubitus ulcers.
Right. And so, and you agree with the grading? They can be from less severe to more severe, according to the state.
Yes, and as stated, depending on what kind of care or non-care the patient received, and also the condition of the patient.
So in this case, the patient was totally dependent on nursing care.
Mm-hmm.
And you testified earlier about patients who are dependent on nursing care, that in order to prevent bed sores from occurring, patients must be moved every 1 to 2 hours, every 2 hours, I think you said.
Yes, I said 1 to 2 hours, depending on the fragility of the skin and the mobility of the patient.
And how do bed sores become septic then?
When there is no direct care to the patient with regards to the management, as I explained earlier on, that we first start with the pressure part. When a patient is not mobile and is kept in one position, the pressure part where the blood doesn't flow becomes sensitive. And when the particular care, as stated before, 1 to 2 hour turning and gentle rubbing for the blood flow to improve in that area. Those are the basic care of treating pressure points in order not to become bed sores, for the skin not to break.
Okay, that's in order for them not to become bed sores.
Yes.
And once they become bed sores, how do they become septic?
That is, again, that when the skin is broken and any bacteria or something enters the skin, that is a foreign body on the skin, it might cause sepsis. That's also when there's neglected care within the process. And these wounds or developing wounds are not attended to, like kept clean and as dry as possible.
Okay. And in this case, this user required debridement surgery. Do you know what that is?
I know what it is. I have an idea what it is. Is the removal of the necrotic skin, the dead skin, or the cleaning of the slough out of the wound.
And so would this be a very severe form of bed sores? Would this be serious? How can I put it? These would be bed sores that have not been attended to, that have been neglected.
Yes, this would be neglected because that is a sort of towards the end of the range of management of bed sores is to have a debridement.
So in this case, there was a lack of basic nursing care. Would you agree?
There was lack of?
Basic nursing care.
Okay.
Malady, I will object.
Yes, Mr. Pitlela.
Apologies to my learned colleague. I think that conclusion is argumentative, my lady, because there's different types of evidence that has been presented. There is no clear conclusion that it was caused by one or either of the two. It could have been something else, and that is what we are here to try and discover. But to draw those type of conclusions from this witness, when the previous witnesses who had direct knowledge and who also had the opportunity to observe the deceased, there is no indication or conclusion to that effect.
Thank you, Ms. Asim.
My lady, there's no witness, no clinician who's come to testify on this user, this deceased.
This is Mr. Decker.
Yes, my lady. All we have is the pathologist report.
We only have the pathologist report, yes.
And the cause of death is basically bed sores. And I've asked the witness how bed sores develop, and he explained that it's when there's a neglect in the nursing care. So I'm just merely then drawing the conclusion that there was a lack of basic nursing care in respect of this deceased. It's not argumentative, actually based on the cause of death.
On what he said, that is neglect.
That's correct, my lady.
Mr. Pichela? There was no witness. Do you agree that there was nobody who testified about this? We only have the post-mortem report.
The post-mortem report of Dr. Makowa indicates in paragraph 7 that there is a treating Dr. Chibase who came to a different conclusion, that death was due to natural causes. Now, what we are trying to draw at the moment is to say that, like my learned colleague has put forward here, is to say that death was due to this bed sores. But there is a conflicting report and there's a conflicting finding, which necessarily states that...
I'm going to cut you because I remember... Sorry. I remember you raised the issue even when Dr. Makowa was testifying. Yeah, indeed, but let me hear Mr. Late or anybody who wants to say something, and then I'll rule on the matter. Mr. Late?
Unless otherwise Dr. Chibase would testify in this regard.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Sibara. Mr. Late, do you want to say something? Or Miss Marriott, if she's there? Where are the evidence leaders? What is happening? You are muted, Mr. Late.
Ms. Marriott is leading this witness. I don't have any comments on this objection, my lady.
You don't? Where is Ms. Marriott?
I'm present, my lady.
Yes. You want to say something to the objection?
I have no further submissions to make, my lady.
Did you make any?
No, sorry, I have no submissions to make.
Oh, thanks. I see Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I have some concern with the line of questioning. I understand the angle that my learned friend Ms. Hassam is coming from, but my concern goes to the well-known principle that in medical matters, the maxim res ipsa loquitur does not apply. One cannot just make a deduction that there was negligence because there was sepsis. And I believe what should be done is there should be an exploration of whether sepsis can arise even in the presence of proper and full nursing and medical care. But I have a bit of a difficulty with the only conclusion being that because there was sepsis, it was due to a lack of care.
Okay, I get your point, but isn't it something that we can leave the witness to answer? Because my problem with the objection by Mr. Pichele, even when that previous witness was cross-examined, we don't have the evidence of Dr. Chibase. And even then, I take it that this professor is testifying on a different note, different expertise, as from the one that was testified by the pathologist.
Yes.
So that is why one would have to, my view is that we should leave that to the witness to answer. And if Mr. Pichela wants to raise the issue with the witness, he can do so and put the version of Dr. Chibase. But as of now, the way I understand the line of questioning by Ms. Kasim, she's basically doing that in relation to the referral to the expertise of the professor. That's how I understood it. Am I correct, Ms. Kasim? Ms. Kasim, not Kasim. I'm sorry.
Thank you, my lady. That is correct, my lady. I'm also, I don't wish to, and I didn't see myself as jumping to a conclusion. The professor has been trying to explain how it was first about, then how they become septic, and that there are degrees of seriousness. The cause of death.
Something is not right. I can't hear you properly. I don't know. Let's try again.
The cause of death is recorded in the post-mortem as being bed sores, essentially. That's what the cause of death is. And so what I'm probing with the professor is how bed sores come about, what kind of nursing care is required, and that ultimately the bed sores that became septic in this case were as a result of not receiving that basic care.
Yes, I mean, in that case, Mr. Sivara, I see there is a hand there. What I'm thinking is that we can leave the witness to answer, and then if you have got issues, you'll have to deal with that during cross-examination. The court is well aware of what the record says.
My lady, if there's perhaps just one other issue that I think needs to be...
Before I go to Mr. Sibara.
My lady, but I would request that Professor Pinar...
to be excused.
That he be excused from what...
I wanted to do that, but my problem was, I remember one of you, I don't know whether it was Mr. Late or Mr. Martin, they said because these people are experts, they shouldn't be... You may just maybe...
My lady, Yes, I would prefer the professor to step aside, my lady.
Yeah, just step aside, and then I don't know whether... In fact, we don't want you to hear the conversations.
Okay, I'll step aside.
No, there are times where they say I shouldn't let the witness step aside. Sometimes they say, no, these are experts. I mean, that's why initially when we started, I felt like doing it, but then I left it there because sometimes one said, no, these people are experts. Just try. I don't know how you're going to do it, because I was told that you can't exit because you had a problem.
Yeah, if I exit, it's difficult for me to come back. I'll just take off and close down and step aside.
Okay. Please do that.
Okay.
All right. Yes.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the concern I have goes to Professor Pinar's expertise to express an opinion on the issue in question. I have no doubt that, and I don't dispute that Professor Pinar is a highly qualified and a very experienced nurse. But nurses do not make diagnoses.
Yes.
They do not examine patients, make a diagnosis, and decide on treatment. And my concern is that the discussion of what causes sepsis in bed sores and everything that surrounds it is really a medical issue and not a nursing issue. And for that reason, I'm concerned that he is not the right person to express an opinion on this issue.
I understand that, but Miss Hassim?
My lady, can I just respond? I totally disagree with my learned friend, because the issue of bed sores and how they develop, firstly, is something that is the professor has included in his report.
Just a second. I've noted you, Mr. Late, and I think there was Mr. Sibara. Mr. Pichela, would you also want to follow? Okay.
Indeed, so, my lady.
Okay, fine. I've noted the three of you. Continue.
So, my lady, what I was saying is that, first of all, the professor has already in his report dealt with the question of bed sores, and that's what I'm taking him to, is what he concluded in his report about how bed sores develop. And I disagree that it's not something that's not in his expertise. Well, one, he's already included in his report, but two, in fact, bed sores are something that's so squarely within the sphere of practice of nursing, not of medical doctors. So I think that Professor Pinar is best placed to tell us how bed sores become serious and how they become septic. And that's all I'm asking the professor to do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Late, or perhaps before I go to Mr. Late, can I hear Mr. Pitlela first? Sibara?
My lady, I'm covered with my senior advocate, Van Bergen SC.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. Pitlela, would you also want to say something?
My lady, just only to point out one thing. I agree with Advocate Van Bergen. The issue of bed sores, even from this witness's testimony, indicates that they become septic either through bacterial infection or through lack of care. So he has already qualified and he has already given an answer to the question that is being posed. So now he's being given a conclusion that is channeled at the answer. He's being told, so bed sore in conclusion means that there's been neglect. Whereas in his testimony, he indicates that the bacterial infection due to the breakage of the skin can also lead to sepsis. Then he says also due to lack of care. So I think the question has already been asked and answered.
Okay.
If that is.
Can I hear Mr. Late?
As a call, please, my lady. As far as the expertise of the witness is concerned, I agree with Ms. Hassim. His expertise don't only lie with the academic qualifications of a person, but also lies with its experience. And nurses are not merely people who carry the pot to the bed. They are medically trained to a certain extent, and I agree with Ms. Hassim that, especially with regards to bed sores, they are the people who deal with it on a daily basis, and they do become experts, as the professor himself has testified. As far as Ms. Pishlera's argument is concerned, there I agree with him that the question has been answered by the witness, and to get any further admission or testimony from him about what could have caused the septic ulcers, it's not going to take this court any further. That's court, please.
All right. Would you want to respond, Ms. to reply?
My lady, I've made my submissions already quite fully. I think
yes.
I'm in your hands.
Okay. I think, if I may, my view is that you have canvassed this sufficiently, and whatever you want is contained in his report. I mean, I think the witness has responded, and then I think we can leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. So if we could call the witness back.
Yes, can who's going to call the witness for us?
Lady, I'll request Advocate Light to assist.
Okay.
My lady, the witness was requested to return.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm back, my lady.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kassim, you may proceed. Asim, you may proceed.
May I please the court? Professor, can I ask you to look at page 4804 of your report?
4804.
4804. The last,
yes, I'm at.
Thank you. The last sentence on that page. Can you just confirm that last sentence on the page? As far as my experience stretched, bed sores only develop due to incapacity and lack of care in especially this healthcare user's context. Do you confirm that?
I confirm that, and I wanted to say earlier on, I specifically looked at the pattern of healthcare through the documents that I received. I personally did not write the cause of the pathologist obviously did so, the cause of death. But when it comes to nursing care, I would like to position myself in nursing care and highlight where there is negligence in the management of nursing care. And by no issue, I would be drawn into what the pathologists have written, but I have assessed all the documents that I had in front of me.
Thank you, Professor. Now, just on the question of negligence in the care and staffing ratios that you spoke about earlier. This user was placed in an NGO, and the NGO was called Sepong Care Center.
Come again? The user was placed in an NGO?
Named Sepong.
Yes.
Sepong Care Center. And the manager of the care center, Ms. Morale, at page 49 of the record.
Page?
549.
Yes.
Probably best that we just go there for the witness. It's just one point I wish to make.
Yes.
Professor, what the manager, the owner of the NGO stated in paragraph 7, the first sentence. On 12 of May 2016, I received 93 patients, and on the 28th of May 2016, I received the second batch of 92 mental care users from Life Esidimeni Waverley and Randwest Care Centres, respectively. So, in other words, there were 187 mental health care users at the centre. And I'd like to take you then, with that in mind, to page 37227 of the record.
37227.
227. Let me know when you're there. Let me know when you're there.
You said 37227.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm there.
This is an audit report that was prepared by the Gauteng Department of Health in relation to this NGO. And it makes a number of findings, the audit report. The first finding I want to take you to is under number 1, physical resources.
Yes, I'm there.
7 bullet points from the bottom, that block. It says there's no form of reliable patient identification. Patients wore private clothing and no name tags either. You see that?
Yeah, there's no form of reliable patient identification, as patients wore private clothing, and no name tags either.
Yes.
Is that the sentence?
That's the sentence. And my question to you, Professor, is how would this impact on nursing care?
I think it's obvious, even from a hospital perspective, that we need to identify and label our patients correctly, especially where they are vulnerable. So this would really compromise the care if a vulnerable person that cannot make decisions for him or her is not named or labeled correctly to receive the appropriate care. And especially in the previous, where there were 185 patients, if they were in private clothing and did not have the identification or a manner of identification, that would pose a challenge for care.
Thank you. And then on the next page, if you just scroll down to number 5, where it talks about human resource management.
I am there.
We're now on which, just a second, are we going up?
Are we? It's the next page, my lady, 37228.
Oh, okay. And then where, human resource management, paragraph 5. Okay. Thanks.
So this is where we see what the staff complement is. In the first bullet, it says the centre has a centre manager, 1 professional nurse, 2 enrolled nurses, 1 auxiliary nurse, and 8 caregivers.
I think you are breaking, Miss. I'm going to have a problem with the record. I don't know what could be the problem.
I'm not sure, my lady. Professor, are you able to hear me?
Now you are better. Can you continue?
Yeah, you are slightly better. I also heard the break, my lady.
Because sometimes be repeating what you have said, trying to get clarity. As well as then I'm giving a problem. Okay, continue, Miss.
My lady, I'll try to speak.
No, you were better when we said initially you were not like as we were talking now. Okay. You can try.
So, Professor, looking at this staff complement and knowing what we saw from the centre manager's state of 185 users, this, according to my understanding of your description of staff ratios, is wholly insufficient. Am I right?
No, yeah, you see, as you started well, but as you go further, you are breaking. I don't know what could be the problem. Perhaps you must just exit the meeting and return.
May it please the court, I'll exit and I'll return.
Okay.
Can you hear me better now, my lady?
Yes, you can proceed. We'll tell you in case there is a problem.
Professor, so my question to you is about the staff to patient ratio.
Yes.
And I put it to you.
You know, looking at that first bullet.
Come again?
Yes, you may complete before I respond.
what I was putting to you, Professor, is that the staff complement is wholly insufficient for this number of users.
I concur with you, because if there's 185 severe to profound mental health care users intellectually challenged, only one professional nurse. Remember, the professional nurse is the only person in the care realm, in the care sciences, that might make decisions, and the rest of the team is assisting him or her. So I would concur with that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And would you agree that that staff complement would also be insufficient to manage the process of admission of the users into the center?
I have not specifically seen it in the notes, but if I apply my expertise, that would be, from a neutral point of view, it would be difficult for them to effectively handle the admissions process. As I said, that is quite an involved process within mental health, which is the physical as well as the mental status assessment. And it's only one professional person that could adhere to that.
Thank you, Professor. On the same page that you're looking at, 37228, under paragraph 7, emergency equipment, it's noted that in this NGO, there's no equipment to monitor vital data. The oxygen that is available is not in a usable condition. First aid box, fire extinguishers are not maintained, and there's no emergency trolley. Can you comment on the ability to provide basic nursing care without having such equipment?
I would have liked to see what the report is meaning by vital data, but when it comes to an emergency equipment, I can see that the emergency care is not efficient to manage with 185 mental health care users, because specifically looking at the oxygen and the first aid box and the fire extinguishers, I would concur with emergency care for the mental health care users. There is not enough emergency equipment.
So on your question about what is meant by emergency equipment, if you scroll down to paragraph 13, recommendations.
You know, I said vital
data,
data.
not emergency.
I said vital data.
Sorry,
yes,
because
vital
all
data.
all data is vital when it comes to a patient. So I would have liked a bit of a differentiation. The rest that I've read is emergency equipment, and I concur with that.
Thank you, Professor. So in paragraph 13,
Yes, continue.
Professor, paragraph 13, in the second bullet, dealing with emergency equipment. What is included in there is a BP machine, which I assume is a blood pressure machine, suction, thermometers, oxygen therapy, nebulizing facilities, first aid box. So would you include blood pressure readings and temperature readings, for example, as vital data?
Yes, this is the most vital data, as we saw in the previous paragraphs, where the blood pressure went very low. You would have needed a reliable BP machine or blood pressure machine, as stated, in order to monitor the mental health care user.
So in your experience, Professor, and you spoke about your experience in psychiatric nursing and management of nursing care, with that experience, would this NGO, with this staff complement and lack of certain resources, such as those that we've just noted, would that NGO be in a position to provide adequate care to mental health care users?
In my experience, I would concur that this NGO would not have the capacity, because mental health care is preceded by physical care. So this NGO with only one professional nurse and the rest in different categories of nursing would not be capacitated to provide adequate care, especially not for 185 mental health care users.
And not without blood pressure machines and thermometers and so on.
Yes, as well as emergency care.
Thank you, Professor. The next report of yours I'd like to turn to is Exhibit T5. It's page 6369.
Page?
6369, my lady.
Is this in respect of Mr. Nshapo?
No, it's T5. It's Mr. Ratsoso.
Oh, T5.
That's correct, my lady.
I am on the report.
Just a second for me. Let me locate the page. Six nine. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Professor, in paragraph 3, page 6370, paragraph 3 of your report.
I am there.
This user, you confirmed, already had profound mental retardation.
I concur.
And the last sentence in that first paragraph reads, evidently this mental health care user needs total direct care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and under no circumstances can cope indirect care. And I know you see that. Let me put the question to you. So I know my learned friend, the evidence leader, took you to this, but I just needed a bit more clarity on what you mean between direct care and indirect care in the sentence.
Just hold it there. Yes, you may respond.
I would like to say that as we said in the previous mental health care users, there are different categories of nursing cadres or caregivers. Indirect care for me would be the nursing auxiliary giving the director hands-on care, and the nursing professional be within reach in order to manage any situation, professional situation that might go out of hands. So this person really needs contact care in this supply chain of care.
Thank you. And that's because of the severity of his intellectual disability?
Yes, that's because of the state.
The user was transferred from Life Esidimeni to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center on 12th May 2016. Let me just find the right page for you. Sorry, my lady, just a moment. I'm struggling to find my page. So, for example, if you were to go to page 6213, you would see the notes. This is part of the notes that are inscribed at Cullinan for this user.
You will have to assist the witness with regard to, I see the document is upside down.
Yes, I've also noted that.
Yes.
I think she can assist you as to how you should go about to be
if someone from my team could just display it the correct way.
If they can just display it.
Thank you. In fact, you can go to 6211, please, Sasha.
6211.
Yes, it's actually a better example of what I'm looking for. 6211.
There is nothing displayed here. Sasha, are you trying to do something? Can you see something on the screen, Professor?
Sorry, I see nothing on the screen yet.
Yes, I wanted to. Yes, something here. Okay, there it is. Yeah, but it's if you can just maybe scroll it up a bit. Yes, I don't know whether. Yeah, but I think it's
So, Professor, it's actually, if it was scrolled the other way, you would see that this is a prescription form filled out by CCRC, and the name of the patient is written on the form. And
I can see that.
And it's Charity Ratsoso. We don't need to go into the different medication at this point. Really, what I want to point out is that at the time that this user was transferred to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, he was known as Charity Ratsoso. But he was then transferred from Cullinan to Anchor. And when he was transferred to Anchor, he became an unknown patient. So, if again, if Ms. Marriott can assist me, because it seems my team is having some difficulty, to go to page 6284.
Can you see the page?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Marriott.
Yes, but if it can, I don't know, but it's fine.
So, what happened, Professor, and I'll take you to the relevant part of the statement, is in the second paragraph. This is on the 23rd of June 2016. This is when Mr. Ratsoso was transferred to Anchor. And it reads, I'll read it out because it might be too small on the screen.
I don't know from whose side are the dogs barking.
I'll continue.
We'll have to wait for them, otherwise we are not going to be audible. And I'm just concerned that the record won't show anything. Okay, I think it's quiet now.
Thank you, my lady. So, Professor, at the second paragraph, it reads, from Ward 8, 5 patients came in with no files and identification or medication. The nurses from the hospital just left them in the hallway, and they left without telling us the names of all the patients. The ward became very full and space was limited for the patients as we can only accommodate 25 patients. And then it goes on to describe what happened. But the next relevant part is under 28 June 2016. It says on 28 June 2016, an unknown male patient, together with 3 other patients, was ill and sent to Mamelodi Hospital. Now, when this user was at Cullinan, he was known. When users were transferred to Anchor, this is how the transfer is described. Would you agree that leaving patients in a hallway without identification or files would very seriously compromise their care?
I agree with that.
Just a second, Mr. Kasim. Continue.
And okay, then, Professor, I'd like to take you to page 6332. This is Dr. Makoba's addendum to his post-mortem report on Mr. Ratsoso. And you will see at page 6332 that when the patient was admitted, when Mr. Ratsoso was admitted into Mamelodi Hospital, he was still referred to as an unknown black male. Now, a user, you see that. So a user who is profoundly intellectually disabled with psychiatric mental illness and epilepsy would be very dependent on access to medication. Would you agree?
I would agree with that.
And if a user is transferred without a patient file, the institution that's receiving the patient would not be able to make any notes regarding the medication that the user requires. Would you agree?
Especially under the label unknown black male, I would agree. And
you testified that when a user is on certain medications, it can impair their ability to swallow.
Yes, I did.
And if a patient is epileptic and does not receive medication, what is the impact on the user?
Especially for the profound user, they are very dependent in their day-to-day functioning on the medication, and that would challenge the care of the patient and also the progress of the patient.
Thank you. In your report, you say that that the medication. Sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Just a moment. Yes, you referred to the statement of a Mr. Mola, who was a care worker at Anchor. And he was present when Mr. Ratsoso had the seizure. That his statement is at page 6339.
Page?
Please go there. 6339, my lady. Do you have it, Professor? Professor, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, I am on the page.
Thank you. Do you recall reading this report before?
Yes.
So at paragraph 2 of this statement, Mr. Mola describes what happened. He says, I was employed at Anchor Centre Cullinan. The centre was taking care of mental ill patients. I was employed at the centre as a care worker. On Sunday, 2016/06/26, at about 1900 hours, I reported on duty at Anchor Centre. While performing my duties at the centre, one of the patients got fits and then fell on the ground. But it wasn't the first time he got fits. Moreover, it was my first day of work at the centre. So, and then he says, after the patient had fallen and assist him not to bite his tongue, there was no patience. There was no patient file. I then called the ambulance to assist, but before calling the ambulance service, I have called Cullinan Care Centre to help. But I'm trying to follow the script. It says, but the social, I think it says, who answered the phone said she doesn't work for the Anchor Centre. I must call the management of the centre. I then called Dorothy Franks, the manager of Anchor Centre, and she said, I call the ambulance service. I called the ambulance service and they arrived at the centre. So what is to be, if a person, it would appear that Mr. Ratz also had a seizure, do you agree?
Yes, it would appear like that.
So what is required in this instance by a nurse who's attending to a patient with a seizure?
Just hold it there. Response?
My response would be, I could not. Do you mean by the person that managed the patient? Or do you mean in general by a nurse, before I respond to this?
Thank you. That's a good question, Professor, because there are two things I want to inquire of you. One is what would be required of a nurse? But secondly, Mr. Mola is not a nurse.
Yes, that's what I wanted to allude to, yes. That I could not ascertain that he is a nurse, however he attended. But with regards to what a nurse should do is basically when you have no equipment with you is to make the patient as comfortable as possible and facilitate the seizure. That means that not restricting the patient or not that the patient is in a safe environment and that there's a circulation of oxygen within the environment that the patient is, and then allowing the patient to being facilitative to the fit until the patient comes to their senses or whatever it might be, but facilitate rather than restricting the patient and see that the patient is not injured. That would be the basic where you have no equipment. But where you do have equipment and you do have the prescription of the patient, you would then, because a seizure is an emergency, you would then act and inform the medical officer or the person on top of you on what transpired.
So Mr. Mola says he's a care worker. He would not have been in a position to provide the medication. Do I understand that correctly? Does it require a professional nurse to administer medication?
Yes, in that regard, as a care worker, by law, he's not allowed to administer, especially if most of the anti-epileptic medication is a higher schedule. He's not allowed to administer such kind of medication. And he might not have known. I'm not sure. I don't know his background. It's not very clear.
Mm. Yes, he does say.
Because yes. From the statement that it was his first day, he might not have known what to do, maybe not received the short-term training that normally is given to healthcare workers.
But in those circumstances, there should at least be a professional nurse at hand to be able to attend to an emergency such as this. Isn't that so?
At reach to attend to such an emergency.
And that was not present here. Is that why you conclude at page 6375 of your report that at Anchor there seems to be no responsible health caregiver? Therefore, a total negligence of this healthcare user was inevitable, noting his mental status and heavy.
Page number again? I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's page 6375, my lady.
6275.
6375.
Yes, where? In conclusion.
It's in paragraph 7. It's the second paragraph.
Okay. Yes.
Seven. So
I got it.
Professor, so is that what led you to say at Anchor there seems to be no responsible health caregiver? Therefore, a total negligence of this healthcare user is inevitable, noting his mental status and heavy psychotropic medication prescription.
Yes, yes. That's part of what led me to write that.
And I assume that your opinion wouldn't change with the additional information you have now that I've shown you about the way in which the user was transferred to Anchor.
My opinion would still stay the same.
Yes, continue.
And then at paragraph 8 of your report on this user, this is where you state your conclusion. But I had some difficulty because it seemed like the sentence was incomplete. Do you mind just reading out your conclusion?
I read, as a mental health expert and a professor in comprehensive nursing, after perusing the records at hand, it is evident and negligence within CCRC Anchor and Mamelodi Hospital, specifically with regards to basic health care, that is general observation and interventions. Moreover, with regards to feeding, considering the mental status, recorded healthcare and post-mortem findings of the deceased. I think I focused first on the physical care and then on the considered the mental status. But basically, it concludes that there was negligence. I might have left that portion out, the small portion out, because of the summary that I've given in paragraph 7 to substantiate.
So is your conclusion that the healthcare user was treated negligently at all levels, from CCRC to Anchor to Mamelodi?
Yeah, the healthcare management was negligent in those institutions as stated.
Thank you, Professor. The next report, and this is the last one I have questions on.
Yes.
It's a report in relation to Joseph Gumede, and it's Exhibit T7. And it's page 3913.
I am on the report.
So this is the report in relation to Joseph Gumede. Oh, I'm sorry, my lady. Just one thing I forgot to do is to correct something in the report, the previous report.
Yes.
Charity Ratsoso. On the second page, 6370, the date of death is noted as 11 November 2016, and it's supposed to be July.
6370.
That's correct, my lady. It says 11 November 2016, but it was actually July 2016.
Yes, you're correct. Let me just think. One has to. Okay.
So, Professor, this... we seem to have lost...
I'm here.
This user was diagnosed with schizophrenia and diabetes mellitus.
Just for the sake of the record, are we now back to Mr. Gumede?
Yes. Apologies.
Can we go there properly on record? We were on Exhibit T7. That is the report of Mr. Gumede, Joseph Gumede, and the page is 3913.
3913, that's correct, my lady. Professor, this deceased, this mental health user was diagnosed with schizophrenia and diabetes mellitus, and he had bilateral above-the-knee amputations.
Yes.
What type of care is required for a person with schizophrenia? What type of nursing care?
I think schizophrenia is known as one of the known psychotic disorders. So, very much of an involved care is needed, and contact care is needed with the person. And as the person might have also had mobility issues, the physical care, the in-depth, and especially with diabetes mellitus, and also having 2 above knee amputations.
And in relation to diabetes, you've noted that a glucose monitoring machine is essential in order to monitor the user's blood sugar level.
That is necessary, yes.
But we note also that there was no glucose monitoring machine at Anchor. Do you recall that?
Yes, yes.
And in addition, if we look at page 3838, you there?
I am at the page 3838, yes.
These are 3838, my lady.
Yes.
The nursing notes on Mary.
Okay.
And it reads, as far as I'm able to read it, Professor, as follows. User was taken over from night staff, being, I think, calm. But some of patients are not well. Joseph Gamede was not feeling well because of condition, and he didn't get his medication correctly. There is some of medication.
Multiple copy because this first part. What does it say? User was taken over from night shift or staff.
Oh yes.
Night shift or I don't know, staff being what?
It looks to me like it could be calm, but I really can't say for certain, my lady, because my copy is also very blurred. It's just not a good copy of this record.
Can anybody assist the one who has got maybe a more legible copy?
My lady, for what it's worth, I agree with my learned friend, Ms. Hassan, that it says calm.
Being calm.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
And it continues, but some of patients are not well. Joseph Gamede was not feeling well because of his condition, and he didn't get his medication correctly. There is some of medication that they didn't give him, and what it looks like, my lady, is insulin, but it's spelled INSULIN.
Yeah, it's fine. I think it's a question of writing you.
Yes. And because he was diabetic, and after that, we took his vital sign at 7:50 a.m. So let's just pause there for a moment, Professor. At this point, what the nurse seems to have noted is that Mr. Gamede was not receiving his medication, and that medication was insulin. So is that is the insulin is a medication that is normally given to diabetics? Is that correct?
Yes, especially where it's a severe condition or the patient is in emergency, insulin is given.
What are the consequences of not receiving insulin? My lady, there's an objection.
Please do, my lady.
Yes.
Not so much an objection. I just wanted my learned colleague to guide me on the portion where they speak of insulin as part of his medication that he did not receive.
You didn't see that on the page where she was reading. Mr. Pichela, are you still there?
Yes, my lady, I'm here.
Are you looking at page 3838? Those clinical notes there?
Oh, okay. No, I was on another page then.
Yes, just look there properly. Maybe you should be assisted because the first line is not legible enough. Let me go there quickly. Do you see that?
Oh, okay. Yes, I do.
You can see that
Thank you. Apologies for the
interruption. Yes. What has been read into the record, which we seem to have agreed with, is that it says user was taken over from night staff being calm, but some of patients are not well. Joseph Gumede was not feeling well because of his condition, and he didn't get his medication correctly. There is some of the medication that they didn't give him, like insulin. You see the spelling is not correct, but we can see that that is that. And because he was, initially it was written sugar diabetes or what, but now it has been changed to he was diabetic, and I can't see what. And after that we book. It should be we booked him.
No, I think we took his vital sign.
We book him vital sign. And the no pulse, unreadable.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I do follow that. Thank you, my lady.
Okay.
I'm indebted to the court.
Thank you very much. I just want, can you continue, Ms. Hasim?
Thank you. My lady, it's actually, if I can, for the court record and for this, the professor, just note that this has been confirmed by the care worker at Anchor, who was also present. So if I can just briefly go to page 3886, Professor.
Page 3886.
I am on that page.
Do you see that it's the statement of Mr. Tsepiso Mola? It's the
yes,
same
I
care
can see that.
At Anchor. And under paragraph 2, he says, I state that I was working as auxiliary nurse, and then in brackets, care worker at Cullinan Care Rehabilitation Center. I further state that the person who was supposed to give deceased proper medication was a professional nurse. But unfortunately, at NGO, we never had a professional nurse. The patient was supposed to get injection of insulin, but was not getting it. The insulin injection is for controlling sugar diabetes. We had only one glucose testing machine on the premises, Anchor NGO, and was not working. That's the end of the paragraph. So Mr. Mola is confirming what was written by the nurse that we just looked at.
Yeah, what is in contradiction of Mr. Mula's statement is that he says he's an auxiliary nurse, in brackets, care worker. These are two different categories. So that make me to doubt a bit of what his intentions were. But as he said about the rest of the paragraph is relatively clear. But his designation is doubtful.
I accept that, Professor. He also, in his previous statement, referred to himself as a care worker, not as an auxiliary nurse. But for the purposes of my question, I'm just confirming now that that this user was not receiving his medication. And he says there was no professional nurse at the center, and there was a glucose monitoring machine, but it didn't work.
In other words, if I may, In other words, Professor, what counsel is putting to you is that what she read on page 3838, it's now confirmed by this witness. Do you confirm?
Yes, I concur with that. I just wanted to show out the inconsistency of his designation and that there might be intentions with that regard.
So you've testified that insulin is an essential aspect of caring for providing the medication. So what happens if you don't get insulin and you are suffering from diabetes mellitus?
Especially if you have been on insulin and already in that stage of having a bilateral amputation, it would be very detrimental to your health, or it would be very challenging to your health to cope without the particular insulin.
What's the significance of the bilateral amputation? Why does that complicate matters?
Because that's also quite common, that in severe diabetes, you get what we call necrosis, the gangrene, and they amputate the different parts of the body if need be. So that might be the cause of the uncontrolled diabetes, that he is already having bilateral amputations.
And when you said serious challenges from not receiving insulin, what do you mean by that? What actually happens to a patient who's deprived of insulin?
In some cases, the patient might go into diabetic coma for being the sugar levels too high or too low. I don't know what would be the case of this person, depending on the care and feeding that this person. So the person might move into a diabetic coma.
And in the nursing notes at page 3838.
Hassim? Page? In relation to which page now?
3838, my lady, where we were when we started.
Okay. And what is the question?
And Professor, the vital sign at 7:50 a.m., what's noted is no pulse, unreadable, and then blood pressure 46/26. As a layperson, that seems to me that the blood pressure is impossibly low, but can you explain what the meaning of that blood pressure reading is?
That I also noted it immediately that the patient had no pulse and the blood pressure, it is low. Because if you look at even the systolic and the diastolic, both are very low. The top reading and the bottom reading.
And what does that mean when blood pressure is that low?
It can mean that the person move into a coma, especially because no pulse is read. But this person might have used an electronic equipment, because normally pulse is felt, and I cannot see that the pulse was palpable or non-palpable. So this might have been an electronic equipment, and I'm not sure the condition of the electronic equipment with regards to the calibration and all those kind of things, because the moment you use electronic equipment, it needs to be calibrated regularly. So, but it says pulse unreadable, and that made me to deduce that this is electronic equipment.
I see. Or else it would have read pulse unpalpable.
Unpalpable or not felt.
So if the machine is not working, what would the nurse be expected to do now? Would be expected to physically feel the pulse?
to feel for the pulse. In actual fact, in such a situation, which is a crisis situation, you need to have the capacity to feel the pulse, and especially at the places where pulse is more sensitive than possibly at the extremities.
And at 7:53, so that was at 7:50. At 7:53, then there now is a pulse.
It's 81, they say, and the BP has remained.
Yes.
Has remained the same.
Is there any comment you have on that?
For me, it's quite an unreal jump from nothing to 81, unless the equipment really did not work well. And the BP in such a short space of time remaining the same seems logic to me, because it's only 3-minute difference.
And then at 8 o'clock, you see it says again, no pulse, unreadable, and the BP is now 89/59.
Yes, that seems, the no pulse, unreadable, is again something that I would critically look at on the working of the equipment, because under no circumstances this person has felt the pulse. And the BP, it seems the BP has lifted a bit, and this might be an acceptable reading, especially when the person has got in general a low blood pressure. But I have not read in any what and that's the physical assessment that I'm talking about, that if a person can cope with that kind of blood pressure, whether it's acceptable, and that's that initial assessment and handing over, that you are aware what the person's issue is. But I could not see or note that the person has been on any blood pressure medication. But that would be logically slightly acceptable if the person is a person with low blood pressure. But it would be worrying if the person normally struggles with high blood pressure.
So what does one do when you're confronted with a patient like this as a nurse?
I think as a professional professional nurse, I would first make sure of the parameters, and that's where I say that it needs to have been palpated. And if this is an electronic blood pressure machine, I would manually take the blood pressure just to confirm. You would take it electronically and then manually. But if this is the correct outcome, it's very clear that this patient was in distress. But because of the pulse, then not readable and readable, I would think very critically, I would have liked to see the patient in front of me.
And what happened here was, as we read on, what we read is that this nurse asked Sister Francina Nisi for help. And she says, then she ran and came to help us, but it was already late because at that time he was in a bad situation, in a coma.
Mm-hmm.
He was, I'm not sure what that word is. Might be gasping.
Let me see, just a second. And we asked Sister Francina Nisi for help. Then she ran and came to help us, but it was already late because at that time he was in a bad situation, in a coma. He was gasping. Then Sister Francina Mnisi take his sugar level and the machine was not working. Then she asked Tsepiso to call Sister, I can't see the name, Manata or someone, and then Sister Masinga for help, Masinya for help. Then they came and tell us to take him to the clinic and then to try to take him. But it was already late, and on our way, to the clinic. He passed away at, I don't know whether this is 8:24.
Looks like that. Yes.
And then what? I can't see this. Something about what, and I don't see that. At 12:30, they call us to what? To take him to the mortuary. Oh, and then this should be something like then. I'm not sure. But I think I read it better.
Yes, Melody, you've captured it. I think that's... I'm indebted to the court. Professor, so what happens then is this nurse then calls another nurse, Sister Francina Nisi, who we are told, and just to make it easier, unless the court wants me to go there, I won't go there. It's in page 3.8.
We read it into the record. You can just continue. It's fine.
My lady, there's Sister Francina is not from Anchor. She is from she's from Siabedinga.
Okay.
And an NGO that is next to Anchor. And we know that because it's at page 3884 of the record.
Page?
3884.
Yes.
So the nurse calls another nurse from a neighboring NGO to come and help. And then that nurse calls another 2 nurses to come and assist. And I just want your comment on this kind of management of the patient and the inability of any, particularly the first 2 or 3 nurses, to do anything to assist the deceased.
When I look at the record, I can say that the auxiliary health worker or caregiver have done the level best in order to professional nurses, but it seems that it was late at that stage in this crisis situation. And when something is left for such a long time, as I said, that when the person does not get the insulin, they might move into a diabetic coma, and it seems that this possibly has happened, but they still could not ascertain the sugar level of the patient. So what I can say is that it appears in this context, in this situation, everyone did their best without the equipment in order to save the patient, but the patient was not saved.
And in the absence of the medication and the glucose, the importance of the insulin and the glucose monitor is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, those interventions are meant to prevent this kind of a relapse in a diabetic patient. Is that correct?
In the management of a diabetic patient, you really do need the monitoring system and equipment to monitor the patient correctly, and also the intervention that you do when there is variation in the sugar levels of the patient. It's quite cardinal to manage a diabetic patient.
Thank you, Professor. And then finally, Dr. Makoba, the pathologist, and I won't take you to the page, but for the record, it's at page 3881. And it's paragraph 8H.
Paragraph 8H.
8H. It's Dr. Makoba's opinion at 3881. And I'll just read it out. He concludes that the most probable cause of death is most probably ischemic heart disease due to the poorly managed diabetes mellitus. Professor, in your report, the last paragraph, which is paragraph 7, page 3915.
Just a second. Page 3915, yes. Where?
Paragraph 7.
Yes.
You, Professor, you refer to this opinion of Dr. Makova. And then
yes,
you
and
say, yes.
I exactly put it in brackets because it is his opinion.
Yes. And you say that it's supported by the absence of hemoglucose test machine in the facility, and that holistic patient care, treatment, and rehabilitation was inadequately provided to the deceased. Do you still stand by that conclusion?
I stand by that conclusion.
My lady, I have no further questions for this witness. Professor, thank you for your assistance to the court.
Thank you very much. I see now it's just 20 to 4 o'clock. I don't know because Mr. van Bergen, would you be in a position to start now?
My lady, I can start now. We can make use of the time that is available, if your ladyship so pleases.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Professor Pinaar, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If I may introduce myself, my name is Harry van Bergen. I am the counsel acting for Life Esidimeni in these proceedings. Professor, I don't intend to keep you busy for very long. If we can perhaps start off with the instruction or request that you received to provide opinions in these 6 patients. I assume you were provided with the documentation that we find on case files at the moment. Can you confirm that, or are you uncertain whether you had all those documents?
I must just put it clearly that I'm uncertain because remember I received a file and then the file was collected from me and I surely did not make copies because that would have been unethical. So I dealt with documents that were in front of me.
Right. So even as you are sitting there now, you can't even make a comparison with what you had at that time and what is on case lines at the moment.
I can make a relative comparison, but I cannot confirm it.
Yes. But the long and short of the situation, Professor, as I understood your earlier evidence, is that the documentation that you had available was not sufficient to enable you to make any substantive findings with confidence as regards negligence of any particular party.
I think it might, what I said, and I want to just clarify what I said, is that in some of the cases it's clear where I received documentation that I felt that is relatively authentic on the progress and process of care, and I stated it clearly in my report. But on some of the cases, I cannot pinpoint where the situation lies. And I sort of looked at the documents in front of me and just responded to that. But I think there is 1 or 2 reports which I could say this seemed to have happened in this institution because it was the paper was in front of me.
Thank you, Professor. That clarifies the aspect. And an example of one of the cases where you were able to make such a finding would be the one that my learned friend Ms. Hassan has just dealt with, the case of Joseph Gumede. Is that correct?
I just need to go back because these are also some time back.
If you can go
although yes. I see I tabled, yes, I tabled under paragraph 4 what I found in each one of the institutions. So I would agree with you.
Right. Professor, if we can step over to an aspect that you dealt with, and that is the documentation to be provided upon transfer of a mental health care user from one institution to another. I note in your introduction to each and every of your opinions that you made reference to both the Mental Health Care Act and the National Health Act. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You also refer to the Intellectual Disability Act. I'm not aware of such an act in South Africa. I know there is such an act in New Zealand. Can you perhaps just clarify the relevance of reference to the Intellectual Disability Act?
In South Africa, we use, if you can see the DSM-5, which is the diagnostic and the statistical and diagnostic manual that we use for, in general, for diagnosis in South Africa and for the mental status assessment. This is a document that is used in most of our countries on the African continent, and within that document, the intellectual disability is captured there, and that document is from American origin, but is relatively accepted within the South African context.
Yes, Professor, what I am getting at, let's go to an example. Let's go to page 3913. And just tell me when you are at that page.
I am at that page.
Right. You'll see under paragraph 1, the introduction, you say the following documents were perused. First bullet, healthcare user records. The second bullet, DSM-5, Manual of Mental Disorders to do psychiatric comparisons.
Yes.
Third bullet, snapshots from the Fairview and Gunsberg scales of assessment for intellectual disability. And
yes.
then fourth, the Mental Health Act, number 17, that should be Mental Health Care Act, number 17 of 2002, and the National Health Act of 2003, Nursing Act 2005. And there you refer to the Intellectual Disability Act 2003. Now, that was what I was referring to. As far as I'm aware, there is no such act in South Africa. Is that correct?
I cannot confirm with surety. Could I come back to this court on that? And that would be tomorrow morning.
Well, you refer to it here, Professor, so I'm sure you did it with a purpose. And my inquiry is whether it is a South African piece of legislation, or is it from elsewhere, as I suspect from New Zealand?
I would have to ascertain that, my lady, why I particularly use this act, because, as I said, we make use of systems of other countries in our generic curriculum.
Yes, Professor, but when it comes to requirements, for example, requirements as to what documentation is required on transfer, then only South African legislation and provisions would be applicable. Not so.
In case of that, I would agree with you, and all the assessments that I alluded to is grounded in South African documents.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, If one can then go to the National Health Act.
This, do you still require him to check as to whether this is a South African act or not? He can bring the evidence tomorrow.
He can do so, my lady, but I think the point has been made.
Okay, but it's important for us to know. Like, can I hear Mr. Late?
I can confirm, my lady, that it's a New Zealand Act.
Oh, okay.
I'm indebted to Mr. Late,
Thank
my
you,
lady.
Mr. Late. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Professor, the National Health Act in paragraph 10 deals with discharge reports. And in paragraph or section 10.1, it provides that a healthcare provider must provide a user with a discharge report at the time of the discharge of the user from a health establishment containing such information as may be prescribed. So that would be one of the provisions that would be relevant to documentation on discharge, not so?
I concur.
If one goes to the Mental Health Care Act, in Chapter 4, under the heading Transfer and Discharge, Section 17, with the heading Discharge Report, provides as follows. The head of a health establishment must, in terms of Section 16 of the Act, issue a discharge report in the form of MHCA 03 to the user who was admitted for purposes of receiving care, treatment and rehabilitation services. You are aware of that, I take it?
Yes, I am aware of that.
So on discharge, a form MHCA 03 must be provided. That's correct, isn't it, Professor?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And you testified specifically in an answer by my learned friend, Ms. Hassan SC, that the information which is required at the very least is the identity of the user, the diagnosis, and the treatment that the user is receiving. Do you recall that evidence?
I recall that evidence, yes.
And you confirm it?
Yes.
Thank you. Professor, an aspect that has attracted some attention during these proceedings is a complaint that the entire patient file of each and every user was not transferred with the patient. Previous witnesses, medical witnesses, and also
was not transferred with the patients from Life Esidimeni.
From Life Esidimeni. Thank you, my lady. That clarifies it. The evidence that was given by some medical practitioners who testified, and also the staff both from Life Esidimeni and from the Gauteng Department of Health, was that entire patient files are not transferred with a patient. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but I would like to put a rider that sufficient information on the receipt of the person receives the patient should be to the safety of the mental health care user on the care that they receive, as well as the receiving party understand the depth of the care that they need to render.
Yes, as you've indicated and as is prescribed in Section 10 of the National Health Act and Section 17 of the Mental Health Care Act.
I concur.
Yes. And to determine whether there was proper compliance, specifically by Life Esidimeni, one would have to look at each and every individual case involved in this matter. Would you agree?
I would agree, and you would need to look at all the documentation as we ascertained that we don't know what documentation is submitted where.
Yes. Yes. What we do know, Professor, and as you have indicated, is that there appears to be gaps in the documentation.
I concur.
Now, if a receiving facility or institution is of the opinion that had received insufficient information, would you agree with me that there would then be an obligation on that facility to urgently take steps to obtain such information as it deems necessary?
I would concur with you, but also put the rider that it is the obligation of an institution that hands over the patient that they also safeguard themselves to act according to the prescripts of the law.
Yes. In this instance, Life Esidimeni is satisfied that it did provide sufficient information. What I'm putting to you is that to the extent that any of the receiving facilities may have felt that it required more information, it should have approached Life Esidimeni or the Gauteng Department of Health with a request that additional information be made available, not so?
From my side, what I've seen in the reports, that in that regard, none of the the institutions have had communicated, including Department of Health, and I would say that those exchange should have been according to the procedure.
Yes. So I don't know if it was only me, but...
Yeah, I don't think this was, I don't know. Maybe if you can rephrase, because the response, it's confusing. If I can, maybe Council can just rephrase the question.
Yes, my lady, my problem was more that there was a distortion of the sound. I couldn't hear what Professor Pinard was saying. If he could perhaps just repeat his answer.
Yes, he can just repeat, but okay.
Yeah, what I say is that both handing over and receiving institutions have got obligations. And it's both equally important that we adhere to the prescripts of the law. But in that regard, I would say that, my lady, if there's the statement or the request that you should ask if you don't have a thing, and especially I would concur. I mean, I would do that, but both. I think the underlying that I want to say is that both institutions, according to the law, have got an obligation. And the only important person for me here is the patient, is the healthcare user. And if the healthcare user is not serviced well from the handing over institution or the receiving institution, the healthcare user has been compromised. And I would not be privy to what the handing over institution like Life Esidimeni has given, or what the other institution has received. The only documents that I saw was the documents that I reviewed and wrote my expert opinion on.
Okay.
Yes. Professor.
Now, thank you.
Thank you. Professor, perhaps just to close off on this aspect, in your report, your opinion in respect of Mr. Samson Nhlapu, which starts on page 5987. Let's just quickly find that page. If your ladyship will just bear with me, I'm just trying to find the correct. Yes, if you could go to page 5989, Professor.
I am on the report, yes?
Yes, page 5989, under paragraph 4.
Yes, I am there.
You refer to Life Esidimeni under the first bullet, and you say reports provided shows that the patients received correct amount of care and medications were given as prescripts. Then the second bullet, transfer report, and then in brackets, Rebafeni NGO, you say no transfer reports from Life Esidimeni. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Would you please go to page 5949?
I am at that page.
Just a second for me. Yes, I'm there.
Professor, you will see that this is a form MHCA 03 as required by Section 17 of the Mental Health Care Act. It is in respect of Mr. Samson Nhlapo. It is dated 17 June 2016, which is the date of discharge from Life Esidimeni, and it certifies his date of birth, that he is discharged from the West Rand complex on 17 June 2016, and under comments, admitted with schizophrenia and diabetes mellitus and cognitive decline, discharged on the following treatment. It looks like chlorpromazine with the dosage Act Rapid, that's for diabetes mellitus according to sliding, and then Zocor. And it's signed by Dr. Sipay. Do you see that?
Yes.
So that constitutes a transfer.
If you can just pause, Mr. Van Bert. I think there is something, I don't know, there's the barking of a dog and it disrupts the proceedings. If we can just wait, it will be quite not long. Yeah, you can continue.
Thank you, my lady. So that complies with Section 17 of the Mental Health Care Act, not so?
That would comply with Section 17, but one would need further information to determine the nursing care of the patient in this regard.
Well, Professor, that is not what Section 17 requires.
That is what practice requires, my lady, that despite completing that form, which is an official form, you still need to draft an indication report what the care would entail with the specific patient.
Yes, if you look at the next page, Professor, page 5950. You will see that is an examination report of the late Mr. Nhlapo, performed on 13 June 2016, 4 days prior to his transfer. And it sets out his physical condition and certain comments as well.
This is now.
So that is additional information that.
This is now the next page, 5950.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes. What is the question?
See that, Professor? That additional information is provided there.
Thank you, my lady. If you look at the additional information, it surely focuses on the physical assessment and care that the mental health caregiver needs. I could not see with a glance now whether a mental status report and the psychosocial or the mental health care aspects are covered.
Yes. Professor, I would suggest that we perhaps carry this on tomorrow. My lady, I see it's 3 minutes past 4 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you very much. The professor is warned. I take it that it's not the first time you give evidence in court. So I'm just treating you like an expert. That's why I'm not saying a lot of things. then you will come back tomorrow morning so that we can proceed with your evidence. Thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, everyone.
And then in the proceedings now, I couldn't have that meeting. I don't want to say a lot on record. I'm going to have the meeting now with those counsel that wanted to see me. I'm going to urge everyone to leave the meeting so that I can remain with the 3 or 4 of them. Thank you.
Court pleases.
As your ladyship pleases.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you very much.
As the court pleases, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.